evening, folks. It is May the 5th, 2023. Happy Cinco de Mayo. And we have here Bobby Burrell, the Burrell, and lifelong Leafs fan, Eric Sanderson-Dor. And the reason that there's a video that was going to play at the beginning of this, but I waited a moment because I read some of the comments before we started, and I want to read them first, and then we'll see what happens. So real quick, let's start off with isolated cards. We started at 5:19 this afternoon, hours before we got started. Rest in peace to Bridges' legendary slayer, Peter Klima. And this is the reason why I didn't start anything. Oh, allegedly, there might have been a button I could have pressed. But Kathy says, Carlos, I'd ask you to be kind to Eric tonight, but I know it's not in your DNA, so just take it easy. He's very fragile. Play nice. Paul says, 0 chance we're nice. 1% chance we let up slightly from brutal. Orlando says, hello everyone and go Panthers. Hagagadadai. Carlos, what are your thoughts on the Market Movers channel destroying predictive pricing models? First time I targeted Arkham Nast and didn't name them. I did enjoy that, and I'll talk about it in a minute. Good evening, friends. Good evening, Yannick. I noticed PWCC is no longer a sponsor on all live streams. Thoughts? Eric, WTF. Hello everyone. Rest in peace, Peter Klima, and condolences, Eric. Is Eric in denial? Evening, everyone. I wanted to make sure that I covered a couple of those. Because a lifelong Leafs fan, Eric, Bobby, what would, what Eric is doing right now, what would Booby Orr think if he was still alive? He'd be rolling over in his grave. This is very tragic. This is very sad.
Well, he is still alive, and what he's thinking, he's telling me that Eric is kind of a secret, I guess, Matthew Marner fan.
He's a bit of a Benedict Arnold is what this guy is. He's a bit of a Benedict Arnold. A bit of a Judas.
And wasn't Benedict Arnold from Boston?
He might have been. All I'm saying is we got a little bit of a Judas thing going on here. And look, all I got to say about this is I don't know what Eric was talking about. And Eric is such a Leafs fan, though, Bobby. I got to tell you, Eric is such a Leafs fan. Personally, he sent me this video that I'm going to play for you tonight.
All right.
He sent it to me.
I'm very, very excited.
Yes, and it's very exciting. I think we're all going to enjoy it. So let's watch it together.
The NHL's all-time win record now belongs to these Boston Bruins. They win their 63rd game of the season.
A few moments later.
On him. Verhaeghe wins the series for Florida. And this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending. The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop the series in the first round.
That seemed harsh, Eric. That seemed really rude.
I don't.
That seemed a little bit strong.
I don't care about the Boston Bruins. Yeah. It's Maple Leafs for life. We're in the second round.
Bobby, the best part about that was that the announcer literally invoked the Hindenburg.
Oh yes,
he invoked the Hindenburg. As soon as he said that, I was like, well, I know what Cliff's getting put in here. I was like,
yeah, I have to take my hat off to you on that one.
Yeah, it's
I'm not wearing a hat.
As a history major, I appreciated it. I was like, thank you for bringing that up. It just so happens I am more than willing to bring up a Hindenburg clip. It was pretty good. And then those tweets all were beautiful. It was like, wow. The best part was giving me this resulting on Sunday, and then I had days. To accumulate all the pieces, and I was going to be ready. It was going to be good.
For certain.
I don't fully understand some of the comments or anything, but I just know I'm really excited about my Leafs getting into the second round. This is our year. First time since '67. We've been waiting for this. And, I got my Leafs stuff up, and 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 I'm good to go. So I can't wait to get to the final. And
Eric, with you being such a big Leaf fan, was it 66, 67 or 67, 68 that the Leafs won the cup last?
It was 66, 67.
Good call.
Look, all I gotta say is it's shameless. Like the shamelessness, I appreciate it, but it's like the desperate shamelessness.
One of the greatest days of my life is when I got to spend a few hours with Johnny Bauer, a true Leaf great. I got to see another Leaf great, in November when I was up in Toronto, the birthplace of hockey, the true, hockey heaven. And I saw, Daryl Sittler from afar. I got, I had to sit down. I had palpitations seeing, Mr. Leaf. And, I just love my Leafs, man.
Yeah.
Bobby,
so while we're indulging, we'll come back to further mockery on this, but I'm going to read a couple of these comments.
There's lots to come.
Good evening, Stu. Good evening, cover the show, cover the grill, 90 degrees in Texamomaland. Thank you for some hobby talk. Absolutely. Denial is my happy place. Love it. Bobby is back. It's like 2019 all over again. That's right. Reference to the video.
Yeah.
Love it. Eric, Leafs fans are sadists. Probably true. Awesome moment. Too soon? It's never too soon. What's up, fellas? Toronto's next, probably. Go Boston, go away. In brackets, love that. Eric, what is worse? Record-breaking regular season Braves get booted in the first round, or the Red Sox trading Babe Ruth? Leafs fans are really the worst. Most hopeful, dopes of all. Where's the shirt for November, Eric? Facts. Boston hasn't choked like this since DeSalvo was running around town. And good evening, Michael Ham. Want to get all caught up on that. So thank you all for the comments. Like I said, I was going to play that right off the top, but then when Kathy had a comment, I was like, oh, well, we can wait a second.
I don't know what she's referring to. She's, as we know, she's getting a little older, and I don't understand where her comments are coming from, but,
Yeah. All right. So real quick, let me quickly zip through a couple of these. I wanted to make sure I got through the comments first. All right. Thoughts on Market Mover's channel, Destroying Predictive Pricing. So that was Teapot did a video where he was basically making fun of predictive pricing, and then Geoff also made fun of predictive pricing as being ridiculous and absurd. I will say it's probably the first time that they've ever taken an open shot at Card Ladder. They made it into like a thing where it's like, other product. It's like nobody else does this shit. It's just Card Ladder. Now, in fairness, though, it's probably fair because Card Ladder's taking 57,000 shots at them. So it's like, well, but I'm surprised. Why now? The part that I'm curious about is why specifically now did you guys finally decide to like knock a couple of shots across the bow? My thoughts are, but also I am curious as to why now. That's the part I don't know. I don't get that part.
I would think because things are going so well right now, and why not hit them while they're down?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I don't think both data tools are just kind of sitting there. People either use them or they don't. Like, there's no particular, obviously, with the market. It's like, who wants to pay for a subscription to watch? You can either look up your own comps, or you can look at a chart and see the price go down. You want privilege? Like, go ahead, I guess. So second one, I noticed PWCC is no longer sponsored at all live streams. Budget cuts.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to lay off a chunk of the workforce, regardless of why you do it, even if it's just to make sure your company's in good stead, you're not going to spend the money on. I don't know how much business those live streams was actually bringing. So like realistically, like people are watching this. Okay, so we're watching you watch auctions. That doesn't seem like, okay, sure, great.
The reaction channels do well though. So
they do, but it's a live stream of you sitting there going through auctions and clicking through them and going like, so here's an item, so here's another item. It's like, okay, cool. So what?
Yeah.
It's not terribly exciting content, but whatever.
Well, they let 30 people go there, right?
Yeah, it was something in that vicinity.
I didn't know they had 30 people working there.
Well, listen, like 29 of them are like shipping out the packages probably right now.
29 of them were guarding the vault, so I don't know.
Yeah. And you had what was it? Tweel 27 guy. He was doing some of the marketing stuff. So he was one of the ones who was let go. And he's actually one of the people that had reached out to a lot of these influencers to get them on. So I think that's an interesting piece of the puzzle. So Bobbles, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. See, I like this. We got Bobby in his garage, and then we got Bobbles in the car.
I had to upgrade my studio. I heard this is the new place.
You got it.
That's what I'm
Me
saying.
too.
Like, but Bobby, I don't know if you ever saw the guy Ty Lopez. He used to do a lot of commercials on YouTube back, and then he would literally get ad time. He would buy those ads, and he would do it like here in my garage, and he would point to the Lamborghini, But he goes, I don't care about this. I care about knowledge. And it became a meme unto itself. But I was saying, like, Bobby,
okay.
one of these days we got to get you. It's like, here in my garage, knowledge.
It's the Honda Civic, not the Lamborghini.
Well, unfortunately, times are a little tougher in sports card land. We've all had to adjust.
Especially being a Leaf fan.
We've all had to adjust. We've had to make
and
adjustments.
Not being a member of Card Ladder. So
that's right. But it's all right. We still have knowledge, Bobby. We still have knowledge.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so we can go with knowledge. So, Mr. Bobbles, how are you?
I'm good. Let me see if I can you turn it this way? No,
should be
that
able to.
doesn't work.
Well, it's actually supposed to, depending on the phone, but you actually can. It just depends on the phone.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. PenguinsChronicles.com. Good evening. Eric, you have to remind me which franchise has most Game 7 losses ever, most Game 7 losses at home, biggest regular season frauds. I appreciated that. That was one of my favorite tweets. They broke Leaf records on this. So speaking of Leafs, they broke Leaf records.
That's the hat.
That's right. Marcus usually one of the first budgets to get cut. Exactly. That's right. How about them Bruins? Yes. How about them playoff hockeys?
Hey, well, now that the Bruins are out of our way, and it gives us a clearer shot to the cup.
That's right. Bruins are holding their sticks too tight. Oh, there you go. So try 90 degrees the other way on the phone, Bobbles. I know usually the phones do have the light adjust. I guess yours is locked then. Okay. I've actually seen it work on the PSA.
Let me check.
Yeah, sometimes they lock it. That's the difference. Mrs. Bobbles,
put the recliner back 3 points, and then turn your steering wheel to the left. It should work out perfect.
There you go. Mrs. Bobbles is trying to recruit Eric for the Kraken. There you go. May as well.
Hey, no, listen, I bleed blue and white. That's it.
We'll get back to this conversation when we start talking about Booby Oregon. Listen, I got questions. I got serious questions, man.
Hey, just remember, growing up, Booby Orr's, favorite team was the Toronto Maple Leafs. So it's all about Toronto, baby.
Bobbles, this Benedict Arnold routine, it's just a little sad. Like it's a little bit like, you think have some courage of your convictions, like stand behind your team, your record breaking team that broke records.
I don't listen. You're confusing me a little bit. I don't really understand what you're saying. I hate the Bruins, always have. I bleed blue and white. Just
you came over to the dark side though.
Just the way it's always been.
I was gonna say, like, of all the teams that you reach out to, are you sure that's like you might as well have gone like Carolina or like Florida, or you may as well join Orlando in the Florida Panthers bandwagon?
No, we got too much history. We have so many cups, and we get so many just legendary Hall of Famers, and we're just we are the hockey hotbed.
The best part, Bobbles, if you look, is that he was able to get that little setup behind him. Like he had the temporary wall that he was able to add and create to get it. It's the next level of effort.
I mean, I give him props. I mean, look, like new studio for me too.
That's right. You built a whole car in the studio.
I upgraded, sound quality in here is great. This leather, padding, it
people always complain about the lighting, and I feel like the lighting in your new studio is taking it up a notch.
Oh yeah.
Pretty crisp. Not gonna lie.
It almost looks like you have hair too.
Amazing. Sensational.
Not really.
Special effects.
Mad props, Eric. I'm glad you upgraded as well, my man.
There you go.
I don't know. Again, I'm very confused by some of the comments. This is my office. It's not very big, but it's what I have, and I'm just happy. I'm just happy that Toronto's is in the second round.
Amazing, sensational. So I'll give. If PwCC were streamlining operations using robotics, who said anything about robotics? What would have to do with marketing? Marketing is an added cost. PwCC literally they sent in to set up those live streams for marketing. That adds a cost. If it's not really drawing additional eyeballs to it, it's an unneeded cost. It's actually a very easy thing to cut. If they cut in marketing as well, it'd be a red flag. If they cut anything, it's a red flag technically. But in this market, a lot of places are laying off a lot of people, and a bunch of those places are still going to be here. It's one of those things where you got to take it by year in terms of what they're actually doing with it. We'll see. There's always a possibility. Look, PwCC could go under tomorrow, but it doesn't change the fact that there'll be a lot of companies in space that will still be here that will also be laying off people in every industry.
Layoffs begot layoffs. It's going to go down the circuit of people, and they're going to realize either you got a lot of followers or you're just not going to be there anymore.
Yeah. Well, the thing is though, like when it comes to a lot of these, I think people forget that the sports card space is not special in that way. A company needs to operate on a profit margin. If a company is not profitable, they're going to lay people off, whether things are going well or not. And if a company is profitable and they want to stay profitable and they're worried about it, they'll lay people off too. That's why I gave the example of like last week when we talked about the PWCC thing. I have no idea what PWCC's finances are. Again, they could go under tomorrow, and if that happens, well, that sucks for them, and it sucks for anybody that has to deal with them and anything that's going on there. But at the same time, there are going to be banks and some of these bigger companies that are going to lay off a bunch of people, and they will still be profitable, and they will report a record profit within the next quarter or so. But if they're making lots of money, why'd they lay off people? Because then they'll make more money.
Didn't even Lucas, Tiger, and Braun, whatever the name is, didn't they even separate?
Are you saying the Cage laid off Andrew?
It's
like Andrew, listen, budget cuts, bro. Budget cuts. We can only afford one of us here, and I'm staying. You're out. Man, that's ruthless. That's tough times right there. See, Hockey 99 is worrying about irrelevant things like PWCC. And it's like, we're getting down to the podcast having to call the herd.
Well, from what I've heard from several sources, Boston has laid off the Bruins because, like, every Bruins fan I've heard now no longer is claiming that they're a Bruins fan.
That's what I mean. Like, Eric has literally laid off the Boston Bruins between the first round and the second round. This is brutal. These are tough times in these streets.
Again, I'm not fully understanding everything tonight, but I'm just really proud of our Leafs getting into the second round.
Mm-hmm. Carlos says Eric should join me as an Atlanta Flames fan. Next season could be the one we're finally break through. I like the optimism, Carlo. I like the optimism. Ms. Bobbles. Oh my God, Eric, this is ridiculous. You can flip the Leafs, but you can't support the Kraken. I even sent you Crumble, man. She's making some valid points. Make some solidly valid points. Even with cookie bribery, that's brutal, man.
Listen, I can't help how I was brought up and the fact that, my entire,
So should we ask Kathy how you were brought up?
my entire 49 years, it's been all about the Leafs, and I'm sorry that I can't just jump to another team, because my team isn't, it might be struggling a little.
This is brutal, Bobby. This is just so sad.
So I can't just become a crapping fan all of a sudden.
Wow,
that might have been a better choice. Might have been a better choice.
Dang. All right. No more Bobby or piggyback rights. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. Jeez.
That's stupid.
I don't know. See, we're having some fun with it. There you go.
It's stupid until you're on one.
That's what I'm saying. This is prestigious. They bow to the playoffs with grace to let the teams have a chance to win cups. That's very dignified of them. That's right, Bob Jackson.
Now, if Daryl Sittler wants to give out some piggyback rides, I'm in.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Bible says your mom will not lie for you, man. It's true.
Why?
I hope Mrs. Wade still has the receipt for the chair that was purchased.
Mm-hmm.
What chair? What chair?
Yeah, what chair?
By the way, so this next comment is good.
I just got a black office chair. What's?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Bobbles, you got to admit, he really committed to the bit, which I appreciate. I appreciate the commitment to the bit. Mrs. Bobbles here says, "Wow, gotcha. I'm laying off Eric as my BFF. You see how it's rough out in these streets, man.
It is.
I'm sorry that hockey playoffs have got between us, but I'm not gonna budge. It's all about the Leafs."
Carlos says Eric is 2 chocolate sticks away from becoming a Montreal Canadiens fan. Dang.
Ooh,
dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's foolish.
2 chocolate sticks or 4 hours, one of the two.
Wow. Bobbles, I gotta say, these hockey playoffs have filled me with much entertainment. I've been kind of enjoying myself. I really have.
Good.
By the way, I will say, and we were chatting about it just before we went live. I can't imagine whose playoff bracket is still intact. Like, it's got to be this. This is not the combination that I think, unless you like randomly went for it. I don't know who would have picked this combination. That's what kind of makes it interesting. And I was saying to the guys that what's interesting about it, it's going to be a little bit small, but I want to just show it here. So here's the thing. Regardless how you want to break this down. Okay, so you got Orlando and the Florida Panthers. That's fine. On the East, the Florida Panthers is the only team that's never won a Stanley Cup. The other teams have, but it's been a long time for all of them. And I may not get the exact year right, but I'm going to be in the neighborhood. Obviously, Leafs 67. We got that. Carolina, I think, is like early 2000s. I don't remember exactly what year. I want to say like 02-ish, somewhere in that vicinity, somewhere in that neighborhood. Devils was 03, pretty sure of that one if memory serves me. And so that's the East. And then the West, you got Kraken, who's never won, expansion franchise. Vegas, who was an expansion franchise only a couple of years back. So you got 2 expansion franchises. Dallas is 99 and the Oilers is 1990. So regardless, you're talking basically 20 plus years minimum if you've got somebody who's won a cup before or somebody who's never won a cup at all. Like, that's not exactly the bracket that I would have broken out. Your defending champs are out. Your President's Trophy's out. Like, a lot of your favorites and normal contenders are out. You still got plenty of good hockey here potentially. But the point I was making to the guys is whatever teams don't win are going to feel like a big opportunity was missed. Because this bracket opens right up. If you can advance basically here, you've got a really good shot at winning the whole thing.
Tampa Bay's they're already out.
Yeah.
And didn't they go 3? Was it 3 years?
They did 3 in a row. They did 3 appearances in a row and 2 wins. Well, sorry, 2 wins and then a loss, but 3 appearances in a row. So, like, obviously that's one of your strongest teams that have been the strongest team the last 3 years. So, and they're out. So now you're looking at what's left in this bracket. It's like, I'm not saying there's any easy draws, but if you're trying to win a cup here, this is your best chance probably in years with the way the draw is broken down.
It could be more competitive too.
I would say so. Yeah.
The funniest thing I saw was that they weren't allowed to sell Panther tickets to anybody from Canada.
Well, that Panthers tried
sell...
to pull that one. That's right.
It's just like, are you kidding? Really?
Yeah.
It's like half the people retire from Toronto down in Florida. Are you kidding?
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you're already in the States, you're not going to be able to do that because it's like, I can't buy the ticket. If you're already in Florida, you're going to be able to buy the ticket.
They
so
know
it's not going to work.
We're so passionate about our team that we will make the trip down there and we will sell that place out, and it'll be like another home game. And they don't want us there, Bobby.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I
wouldn't get too pluralistic on
Bobbles, by next hockey season, this entire episode is going to be a series of clips that I'm going to play back. When Eric goes back to being a Boston fan, it's like we're just gonna play back a bunch of these clips. It's like, look, if the video from this week, from today, is any indication, if I can go back to 2019 and pull footage, don't think I can't pull a footage from a couple months prior.
Yeah, let's timestamp some stuff here.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna be timestamping some serious stuff, people. All right, real quick, I want to read a couple of these here. So Bob Jackson says Eric is actually in her old room. He kicked her out. I know. The Chaos bracket is still in it. That's right. Average card collector. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo, sir. Eric, bigger letdown. 22-23 Bruins or the entire Cam Newton, Ray Bourque Bruins era?
I can't worry about other teams. I got to worry that, we haven't won a cup since 67 and have had these embarrassing losses over the years, but this is our year. And I really think that,
you know who the Leafs lost a couple of times too, like say 3-1, the Boston Bruins.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know that. It was like, it was crazy times.
I remember. And let me tell you, that's why I can't stand that team. They
hurt your feelings. Yeah.
Broke my heart.
Eric, just tell us how much you hate the Boston Bruins. How much they fill your soul with anger. And did you hate them as much as you hate Beckett?
I was just about to say that. That's
Yeah, I mean,
timestamping.
Yeah, when they stole, that series from us a handful of years ago, man, I don't think I've ever been able to get over that one. And I won't even wear anything that's black or gold. Because I mean, I got a new wedding ring after that. I used to have a gold wedding ring. It's now wood. I got cranberry shirts. I won't even wear anything that has black or gold in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's black and yellow.
Mm-hmm. A lot of yeller.
Part of that. It's all about the blue and the white, baby.
Bubbles, I feel his lack of dignity is like next level. I like, you would think there'd be a little bit of dignity, just a little bit, like scraping by the bear. No, not even. Bobby, is this a new low for Bougier here?
I'm wondering if it's a new high, actually.
he was already in the crevices, like as far down as he was already Mariana's Trench, and he had nowhere to go but up.
So, exactly. I just also, if it takes some time, if people don't mind, I got a mail day today, and I picked up some new cards from my collection. Here's one of Jacques Plante.
No, keep going. You're doing great. Okay, I'm going to read a couple comments. Miss Bobbles was literally about to have Crumble. I like that you suddenly went to darkness as we went to that one. I was literally about to have Crumble delivered to him tonight because I feel bad for him. Now she'll save the money for tomorrow. Yeah.
His interior light burnt out.
Yeah. No dulce de leche, cake batter, or Buckeye brownie for you. Look at that. Exciting time for hockey fans. Anybody guess right now? Got the like button. Thank you, Michael Ham. Let's get resellers made more money. Facts. Let me see here.
I'll go for the Tres Leche.
Yeah, that's right. They don't want to be in Toronto after going 0-2 at home. Many Canadians already in South Florida. I'll get back to Hockey's question here in a second. Man, that's a lot of comments. Thank you all tonight. You're doing great, Eric. Keep going. You're doing wonderful.
I got a Bernie.
Yep, you're doing great. Last Stanley Cup Finals in Minnesota. Sat with 4 friends in Winnipeg. North Side versus Penguins. Nice. Bobbles under moonlight. Facts. Eric, can you tell us how much of a better player Patrice Bergeron is than Matsandidis? We'll get to that. Don't worry. Bobbles, do you foresee Fanatics using pronouns in future card releases? See this as a way of the present and future? Absolutely, no doubt. And they'll do it just for you, buddy. Bubbles looks like he's the drive-in movie. Ooh, I like that. Eric is stating everything he's getting old. Everything he has is getting old and useless. Yep. Time to come in. Yep. If everyone would give you a PSA 10 rookie card, what would you pick? Bobby or rookie or Felix Potvin rookie? Psh, obviously Felix Potvin. No question. Felix Potvin, right, Eric?
Absolutely. I also got a Dave.
Keep going. You're doing great. Bubbles, how's the Model T running? Valid questions.
Screw you, Baz.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
I didn't know if that was a compliment or not.
Yeah, I'm still undecided. Baz already said he's older than you, so he appreciates. He's probably jealous of your Model T. So, is that sound effect like coming from you, Bobbles? Are you like tapping the dashboard or something?
No, I'm not tapping anything. I'm getting a bunch of static.
Gotcha. Okay, no worries.
Yeah,
no
I'm
worries.
on the phone. I'm actually, it's getting dark and everything, and my light obviously has a power saving mode because it won't stay on.
Yep.
And I don't know why it's crackling now. So
it's probably crackling for the Kraken.
Yeah, maybe. But
it's a conspiracy against you.
I wanted to at least pop on and say what's up. It's been an exhausting weekend, but it's been fun. So, but anyway, I won't ruin it. I won't ruin the show. Yeah, well, yesterday.
We appreciate you hopping on and enjoying our celebration of Eric's fandom of the Toronto Maple Leafs, which we will all remember down the road.
Yeah, good job, buddy. Good luck to your Leafs. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I have any like Austin Matthews and stuff to send you or something.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
He's incredible.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you, buddy. I appreciate you.
My new studio, I got to work on it a little bit more, but this is a hopping place right here, comfortable, and the lighting, it adjusts itself. It kind of dims, and the audio quality is spot on. I can like go sideways mode,
That's
amazing.
Amazing.
But now, guys, I hope y'all have a good night, man.
Have a good one, Bobbles. Take it easy.
Yeah,
Thanks for popping on.
Later.
Talk later.
Oh, and I got a Paul Henderson card.
Oh yeah, keep going. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, Carlos, if 90s inserts are considered great cards, why are there many that are listed for resale at high value? Because people want to make money.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Not to say they're gonna, but
yeah, well, you got to make the attempt. You give it a try. You give it a go.
yeah, you have to look it up on Card Ladder or something.
Oh yeah. Make sure you use the predictive pricing model though.
Yes.
That helps a lot. That's huge. Long live Turk Broda.
Yeah, the
that's
pro
right.
line of predictive modeling.
A lot of predictive modeling. That's right. It's coming from Bobbles' Apple Phone 1, and his candle is running low. There you go, Baz. Didn't know you could retrofit a chariot with modern car seats and lights. I love it. Chewing his keyboard, Lord knows. There you go. Eddie Vogue. Let's see. I'd rather be waterborne and wear a Flyers hat. The guy in the Leafs hat is gutless. I know. Lack of courage. He's like, you're lacking in knowledge and courage, Eric, right now.
I understand why it's a problem.
We got a lot of problems.
I don't know why it's a problem to support your team that you've been following since birth, and family members for generations before you followed them. I don't understand why that's gutless, but I don't know. Teach their own. Everyone has their own opinion.
Michael Ham says, greatest UD set, 1991 Upper Deck. Huge. Is Bobbles a vampire? Always in the dark. Lord knows. Let's see, 92.
He might be.
Yeah, he wants to suck your blood. Doesn't want to tell anyone. That's right. Yep. It's
How
facts.
you doing, buddy? You doing good? Huh? Yeah. All right.
A little disturbing. Go on.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Why wasn't the predictive pricing white papers held up to scrutiny as peer reviews for people in academia? Because somebody has to actually read it and want to and care to rebut. No, like I'm being serious.
Is there even a white paper for it? Like,
There was,
honestly,
there was the entire concept of predictive
wasn't
model.
it just 2 dice?
I wish it was. No, the thing is that when Card Ladder came out with that whole thing and they did the predictive pricing model, because I did the thing where I was talking with Chris Hoge about it, and I read the white paper. But here's the thing: no, the reason why it isn't held to scrutiny is because no one cares. That isn't a joke. That actually is not a joke. No one actually cares. Everybody's like, dude, there's no point in trying to predict a pricing. Think about this: you're trying to predict randomized human behavior. And the entire model, like in all seriousness, at a really high level, super high level, the entire concept of the model, a lot of what feeds into it is the data points you get, which again are limited based on where you're pulling the data from. That's one problem. A second problem is you're basing it on an index of a limited amount of cards for a certain player, for example. And like, say the player goes up 20%. I'm overly simplifying, but just stick with me on the concept. If the player general goes up about 20% based on your weighting and like it's overly complex, it's over engineered. Then you think, okay, well, this card hasn't sold in this much time and the index has gone up 86% in this period of time. This card will sell for 86% more than the last time, which sounds great, except it doesn't take into account that this individual might want it more. So maybe they pay 3x versus last time. Or maybe they're interested, but they're only interested at 20% more than last time, and they don't care what the rest of the market is. It's an individual card by card basis, right? Because the predictive model becomes more wonky the longer period of time goes between sales, and it becomes less and less accurate. If something is selling every day, you're going to have you don't need a predictive model. You just look at what the last couple have sold for, and we're going to settle in within a certain range. You can pretty much figure it out because they're selling all the time. But you try to predict it, and then you've got these gigantic gaps. You're guessing. Throw something at the dartboard and see what sticks.
Yeah, well, they said 80% of predictive modeling is 90% incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that comes under 99% of statistics being made up. Facts. 1997 UD Legends. Love it. That's right. Act wacky like you are. Like a Leafs fan. Doing good so far. There you go. I'm sure it wasn't toilet papers. Lord knows. Predictive pricing works. Such a silly concept. Maybe for GICs. There's a reason why whenever somebody does all financial instruments, if you ever look at the financial, like you get the paperwork for like a mutual fund or like an index fund or whatever, it says, past results are not indicative of future results. I'm paraphrasing, but basically that, because they're saying like, yeah, it's gone up 20% in the last 5 years. That doesn't mean the next 5 years is going to go up 20%.
No.
This is what has happened in the past, but it's not indicative of future results. I think that's closer to the correct wording. It's not indicative of future results. So all I can do is tell you what happened in the past. You as an individual are one player in the field, and you're all deciding how you're going to interpret the data. Some people do deep research and actually try to figure out what they think it should go for and try to bid accordingly. Other people just make up a number on the top of their head. This feels like a $500 card to me. Why? I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. You can't put that into your model. It doesn't work.
There was a guy at the racetrack who did that too. He was there for 40 years. He couldn't predict shit.
Yeah. I'm sure he had a system.
Going back.
But he had a system.
Are you talking about yourself?
No, I don't do the racetrack.
There's a reason he had the Lamborghini. Now he doesn't have the Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Civic. Yeah.
Knowledge. Hobby Chaps, good evening. No Upper Deck sets nice. You look at 92-93. Hockey and basketball never be topped those sets aesthetically. I like it. Taking a strong stance. Fair enough. 2005-06 Upper Deck is iconic. All right, we got a couple of different options for people.
What's iconic? These Maple Leaf cards right here from 1971.
Are they tops or O-Pee-Chee?
The one I have in front of me is a tops card.
Only people in Canada who are Leaf fans have O-Pee-Chee cards. They don't bother with the clean cut top brand.
Well, I'm a little classier than that.
Obviously not with tops.
I was going to say we got questions about that one. As for Leaf Cards, what's up? I know what you meant. I hope everyone's having a great night. Thank you for Leaf Cards. What's up?
Having a great night. Second round. Woo!
That's right. Had a few margaritas. Hey, happy Cinco de Mayo. Enjoy. Bobby's app has been really nice to use the last 6 months. I know, fact. It's been great.
Bobby, you working on an app?
We've all enjoyed it. Yeah. Bobby gave the code to Booby Orr, so he'll get it to you once you show him proper reverence and respect.
On your next piggyback ride.
Facts. To my knowledge, stock market experts don't even try predictive pricing with stocks because it would be foolish. I can't believe basketball card predictive pricing was self-proclaimed scholarly. # scholarship. But yeah, that's, like I said, I have no issue with Geoff and those guys taking pot shots at it. I just think it's weird they decided to do it now. It's like there was plenty of time to take pot shots at it. Now it's kind of like, it's almost passe. It's been so long now. It's like, well, now you're doing it? Like, we were making fun of that shit when it was still cool.
It's like the two guys fighting in the schoolyard, you know? And then all the guy starts fighting back harder when people come in to break it up.
I guess so,
like,
yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I am good with them taking pot shots at each other because it's entertaining for me. It's good content. But I just think the timing on it is weird, and I kind of would like to know why. Why specifically now? What is it about right now?
Anything goes right now. I think
guess.
everything's in a speed wobble, and nobody knows how to pull out of it. Even Eric's a Maple Leaf fan. Like, come on.
I know. It's what, cats and dogs are getting along. This is wackiness. It's crazy. Yep. Nothing can be predicted with the exception of the Leafs getting beat in the playoffs. Ooh, look at you.
No, don't say that. They're going all the way this year.
All the way to the golf course.
Ooh. Just as a
I'm no longer a Leaf fan. I'm just letting you know. At least we have one in here still.
There you go. Good evening, gentlemen. P.S. Eric, you've never looked better. There you go. Josh is appreciating.
Thank you, Josh.
Albert says, bizarre world? Absolutely. By the way, speaking of which, Bobby, I'd like to announce that I'm going to be cracking out all of my slabs and sending them to Tag Grading. The best grading company in the world.
Wow. What's in your drink?
Not strong enough. Back to Costa Rica. Not strong enough. What are your thoughts on Dustin calling out Jeff Wilson for calling T-Bot the sports card wrestling sports card wrestling expert? Yes, he's a sports card wrestling expert too. Happy Cinco de Mayo. For calling T-Pot a sports card investing expert. So it's fun when Dustin takes a stance. But Bobby, your thoughts? Is there? Let me present the question to you this way. Is there actually such a thing as a sports card investing expert? I'm using the investing part to make this key here. You can have a sports card expert in categories and stuff. You can have people who have knowledge in categories. But can anybody be a sports card investing expert?
I think there's a lot of self-professed ones out there.
Yeah.
Very few come to fruition, I would say. Everybody who has good cards wants to see their cards go up. Of course they do. So they kind of help their cards and they promote their cards. But I think there's a few out there who've called it pretty good. But it's a random world out there right now, especially in the last, year?
Mm-hmm.
Especially in the last year. Let's say even go 3 years. If we take the highs and lows, the ups and downs and all the things that we've been doing in the last little while, predict that. Where's the white paper on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Eric?
No, I think the key piece to that entire discussion though was the investing idea. It goes back to how you can make money in sports cards. And the thing is, of course you can make money in sports cards.
Oh yes.
Yeah, 100%. You
lot.
definitely can. Absolutely.
If you're not reading all those predictive models.
it would help to avoid those, yes. But the thing is that you can totally, but it's arbitrage. It's buying here and selling here profitably. You buy at this price, you sell at this price plus percentage or dollars or whatever higher than you purchased it for. You do that. That is a profitable endeavor. You can in fact do that, and plenty of people have. But that's not investing any more so than going to garage sale, buying a lamp for $1 and selling it to somebody else for $20. That's not investing either. That's buying something somewhere and selling it to somebody else. It's arbitrage.
I think the part of investing is if you invest the time in knowing more about something than somebody else, you'll have things that other people won't have. So at that point, that's where it goes.
Knowledge.
Knowledge is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can walk through a show and I can go pick, and I'll pick up 10 different things that are half price that they should be selling for, where most people will miss a lot of that stuff. So, that knowledge helps. It's not like I'm predicting, but I'm just saying, it's predictable that I can go to a show and pick up things at a great discount because I do know the variety of items and prices that most people don't know.
That's right.
Until the app comes out privately.
Yeah. So this is what I'm referring to, Bobby. Knowledge. Here in the garage, knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
Nice Lambo.
That's what I'm saying. Now y'all know.
Now I got to get glasses and a freaking mustache.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
I saw a post the other day of someone buying blasters at an Ace hardware store. That's random. Interesting.
What was that? I didn't hear that. You got
so Bob Jackson here says, I saw a post the other day of someone buying blasters at an Ace hardware store. Seems like a random place for it to wind up, but sure. If they want to have blasters there, sure.
Everyone's getting in the game. Fanatics is reaching out. That's overreach.
Well, that was the junk wax era. The junk wax era, you could get cards anywhere and everywhere. Like go to the gas station, they had packs. Go to the convenience store, they had packs. Like anywhere anywhere. And technically, there's nothing wrong with that. If they can get the blasters or the packs cheap, why? If somebody will buy it from you, whatever, sure. Offer it with the gum and the Snickers bar. If somebody will buy it while they're on their way to paying for gas, hey, have at it, man. Paul says, ever win those BVG Kiss cards, Eric?
I did not.
Disgraceful. Is it an episode of Twilight Zone? No doubt. He was going to, but he didn't have any Vinnie Vincents. Ooh, facts. Even Guelph changed the name from Maple Leafs to Royals. True. I'm a sports card investing expert because I do not invest in sports cards. Given your expertise, Carlisle, I appreciate it. Michael Ham says slabs are just holders with a number. Getting all philosophical. Isn't that what the soaring skull is? If buying a man on PSA 10 full on is not a lock stock guaranteed profit. Strong chance though. That's right. And key piece though, like in all seriousness, buying a man on PSA 10 is not a guaranteed profit. That is a factual statement. However, if you bought it for much less than someone else would pay for it and you sold it to that other person for what they would pay for it, then yes, yes it is. But you don't need a PSA 10 for that. You just need anything, any card. If you buy the card for $1 and someone else is willing to pay $10 for it and you walk across the street and sell it to them for $10, that was profitable. What was the card? It doesn't matter. It makes no difference whatsoever. As long as they were actually willing to purchase it for the $10, gave you the $10 and you purchased it for $1, all you did was facilitate the transaction and collect $9 profit.
Yeah, I guess when you get into the upper echelon or the the PSA 10 mantles and what have you, at that point you're dealing with the 1 or even less than the 1%ers at that point. It's a different marketplace. That is totally different.
Yeah.
Because a fluctuation of a few percentage points is 20, 50 grand, right?
That's huge. Yes.
Where with us, it's 20, 40 bucks.
So Eric, I hope you're wearing a Leafs cap and jersey in November when they come up for Expo. Want to see you decked out in blue and white at the Expo.
Oh yeah,
no doubt.
Absolutely. What else would I be wearing?
Timestamps. Everyone's timestamps. Timestamps.
Michael
Williams says white paper equals Charbon. That's right. Hobby Champs here. So isn't buying a stock to sell in the future just an arbitrage opportunity? It can be, but I'll throw in a caveat of why not necessarily. There's no such thing as investment. Yes, there is. I can buy a stock and get dividends. Yep. I can make some money just for holding. I don't have to sell. I can. Yes. If it's strictly you're buying and selling, then yes. Then it's very similar. But I own stock that every quarter pays me out a dividend or every month pays me out a dividend just by holding. If I do not sell, I get that money. A card, if I do not sell it, I do not make a dime. I don't make anything until I actually sell it. I have to sell it in order to collect the money. Oh, but it's gone up 50x. That's cool, but I don't actually get the money until I sell. Until the moment I sell, I have nothing. It's just a paper gain that means nothing.
It's a transactional thing. That's it.
Yeah. So there is a little bit of a difference where in stock, you can, in fact, depending on the stock you purchase, you can actually make something. So in turn, it actually can create some profitability to you. So that is the thing. And if you buy the right kind that'll reinvest in itself, it'll then buy more stock for you, which in turn gives you a greater dividend, and it actually compounds on its own without you doing anything. So in reality, holding is actually better.
And then it splits, and then we're all millionaires.
Yeah, but that happens. Like 100% happens. That is something where the holding of the item actually garners you more as you go along. So you're actually getting something along the way. But a card, if we go away from that, then a card is no different than any other item you could purchase at one price and sell at one price. You go to those flipper channels that we've talked about in the past, they buy all kinds of stuff. They buy shoes, they bought it here and sold it for this higher price. That's not an investment. That's a profit and sale. That's a business, but they bought the shirt. How much was it for the shirt? $1. How much you sell for the shirt for? $20. You made $19. Congratulations. Profitable. But it's not an investment. You didn't invest in shirts. You bought and sold shirts.
That's chance.
Yeah. But that's one of those things where there are folks who have made it their model to repeatedly do that, because there are places where they'll sell, like, branded band shirts and stuff. They'll go to Goodwill and buy it for a couple bucks, and
Yeah.
because it's the band that happens to be very popular, they'll go on these other platforms, Whatnot or eBay or whatever. And yeah, somebody else, oh, I really love that band, I'll buy that shirt from you. Sure. How much you pay for it? $3. How much you sell it for? $80. Okay,
Right.
great. Awesome. Did anyone else get an email from Eric's company today? They were having a May the 4th be with you sale. I thought it was a brand that it started the 5th of the month. That's right. Nice. Mighty Quinn, Leaf Flame. Yep. Eric is a Classic Flames fan. There you go. Paul says monthly dividend cards or stocks are pimp. There you go. So investing is only investing when you get a dividend. It helps. It's a big piece of it. Otherwise, it's just appreciation. You can get appreciation for it, but if you do not have a dividend, then the only way you make money on that stock is the selling. So at that time, it is similar to what you're talking about. But stocks do have that other option. Dividends are part of the game. Not with every stock, but with several of them they are. And James here says, I love my dividend payments. I do too. I'd love to get more. But that is a way that you can actually invest. That is more of an investing setup, because then holding it, there is a benefit to it. It's not just buying and selling and waiting, trying to time the market and doing all that. You just hold. You buy it at a price you're comfortable with and hold. I've invested in Crosby High Gloss career run down to 6 left. I've got the 21-22 retro game jersey Crosby's in every swatch color, and out of 15 patch cards, a patch is sold for $16.24. Yeah, but you did not invest. You purchased, and whatever they're worth now is good.
Well, I just think that he's wasting his money, because he should just be investing everything he has in Austin Matthews cards.
Wow, which Austin Matthews cards? Abu Jarek, what are you recommending?
Everything in the cup, right?
Mm.
Plus, you got to get his rookie patch
Young
auto,
guns.
right? His young, multiple young guns, and make sure you get those graded, okay? Because those are the big ones right there. But you got to get that RPA, all right, and the young guns graded, not raw. Nobody wants raw. You got to get it.
I see.
Yeah. So
I wanted raw. Couldn't
So
find raw.
I would see if it's possible to exchange those Crosby cards at your LCS for Austin Matthews cards, because I think that would be the better long-term investment.
You know what the irony is of this, Bobby? I was talking about this the other day. I don't like Sidney Crosby. I've never liked Sidney Crosby. However, at this point, I almost would be. I would seriously consider getting, because the way things have gone with Ovechkin getting a lot of the attention with the run and everything. Crosby has kind of been left there. His stuff is kind of stagnated. The price is not low, but it's kind of settled at a good number. Obviously, if you bought years and years and years ago, you do well. But right now, it's kind of plateaued. It's kind of sitting in a comfortable zone. And I think as he approaches the end of his career, he's approaching a couple of more milestones. He's still got a couple in front of him. He does have the 3 Stanley Cups. He's got the gold medal. He's got that stuff. I think he will get a little bit more appreciation with it down the road, because he has a Hall of Fame career. Like, he is solidified in that position, and he's almost kind of a forgotten guy, but at the same time, he's still playing at a good level. So it's one of those things where he's still got those two things going for him. And you never know if the Penguins have one more rally in them, and old man Crosby is able to take one more run, that certainly won't hurt things. I would almost be inclined to look, especially with this offseason. He's kind of out of sight, out of mind, because the Penguins didn't make it. I would almost be like, I'm not going to advise anybody, but I would kind of be like looking a little side eye and kind of keeping an eye and seeing if there isn't an opportunity there. That'd be kind of my angle.
That sounds like a shrewd, thing to do. Sometimes you got to look at, when are they going to peak? Okay, yeah, it's at a comfortable level. What things are going to bring them to that next level? Well, any guy who's finished their career, there's nothing really going to get them there, even if they get in as a Hall of Fame builder and they're a coach or whatever going on. That really doesn't hold a lot of water. So. It's actually coming in at a good time, like now, when the focus is on Ovechkin and everybody else, and the other guys are kind of left behind because they're not in the news, right?
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. I think there is no optimal time. You're never going to be able to time the market that way, but it helps that his credentials are already established. You're not really speculating on a young guy who has no credentials.
Yes.
Look at you, but you're in a situation though. You're not speculating on somebody with no track record. He has accolades already. He has a track record. You're not starting from scratch here. You've at least got some stuff to back you up.
I think he's only got one bump left, though.
And that's exactly it. I think that's about right. But that still means you've got one more potentially. So that is an opportunity if it's a little quiet. Again, you got to look at where things trend a little bit. If you can find a little window in there, again, it's what you bought it at. That's the
And
number
the
one
right,
thing.
and
That's
the
the
right
ultimate
cards,
price.
because he's
That's
got a lot of cards, right?
That is correct. That's correct. So real quick here, I'll scroll through. How about the 66 tops, Austin Matthews? No doubt. No, pay 340 for one. Yeah. He's got Kill McCarr against Boubior.
I'm more of a Mitch Marner guy.
Yeah, Penguins Chronicles has got Crosby as a top 5 player. I wouldn't go quite that far, but he's a top player. Rick here, Vintage All About Cars. Good evening, Rick. I'm investing because I'm Carl's channel. When do you think it's going to turn a profit? Oh, I wish, Rick. When the Fanatics Overlords cut the big check. Until then, we're in trouble.
You need more investors.
Yeah, I need more investors. That's right.
Have you seen the show?
I know. You got Benedict Arnold down there who can't even stay loyal to his own team.
What are you talking about? I'm as loyal as they come.
So many timestamps, Bobby. So many timestamps.
You got the guy with no app
believe,
up here.
Can you believe what they're saying? I can't. Good Lord.
Are you talking to your mom?
Just throwing it out there. We're getting some mileage out of Ty Lopez this evening.
I'm going to get some black spray paint or something.
I know, you might as well. Josh here says, I picked up a Crosby Trilogy rookie, BGS 9 at a PWCC auction. I love how you combine this. Josh, you didn't do this intentionally, but I love that it's a BGS and it's in a PWCC auction. And he goes, I think I got a decent deal since people don't like BGS or PWCC. No kidding.
Relevance.
Man, look at you, Josh, hitting all the marks all at once. I like what you did there.
Josh, it's really good to see you tonight, buddy. I hope everything's going great for you.
There you go. If Crosby plays 5 more seasons and gets 30 goals per, he'll be a 700 goal scorer and over 1,900 points. I don't think he's going to pay 5 more seasons. I think 600 and change. I think 600 and change, very much so. I think that should be fine. 700 is a stretch.
He is one concussion away of his career being over.
Yeah, that's why I say like 6. I think 6 is doable because what's he sitting at? If memory serves me.
Well, next concussion, he's done, and the more concussions you get, the easier they come.
He's been one concussion away from being done for about 10 years. He and if he's gonna get it, he's gonna get it. But at least he managed to play long enough.
Now
he's at 550 right now, Bobby. So I think within right now he's 35. So I think 3 seasons ish and 600 goals. I think that's doable. I think that's
he'll be over 600, but 700 would be he'd need to stay.
You're asking too much. I think you're asking too much.
Hey, I hope he stays. I don't wish anything bad on the guy. I think he's been great for the game. He's been a great player. He's a Canadian hero with the golden goal. He's incredible. This is somebody who needs to take every shift and appreciate it because his next shift could be his last.
Well, I think it also depends on what the prospects look like for the Penguins. Like if it doesn't look like they've got another shot, what is left for you to do? Because if you really don't feel like you've got a real other shot and things aren't going to rebuild fast enough, again, 35 is not the end of the line necessarily, but you're kind of you're not looking in the rearview mirror anymore. Now you're looking ahead and you're seeing that there isn't as much time necessarily. You're not going to be at maximum. And he's still got, I think he's still got a couple of good seasons in him. Like he was a 93 point player this season, which is good. Yeah. 30 goals, 93 points. That's good.
One of the things I've argued over the years is the definition of a Hall of Famer. And one of the things I've always said is you should never say, there should never be a question. When you say, player X Hall of Fame, every single person should go, absolutely. And not go, well, comparable to this guy in this year's and this was and his plus minus. And you have to look at not a Hall of Famer if you have to have
Clark Gillies.
Like that. So when you say Sidney Crosby, you say Hall of Famer. No one is going to argue that point.
The stats, no, go ahead.
So everyone agrees, Hall of Famer, boom, first ballot, just, easy peasy.
Yep.
And I hope he can play for years to come, but I don't see it. And I know that, I see the note up there. He hasn't had a concussion in 10 years, and that's great.
Well, it's also a reported concussion.
So he's due.
Right.
No, I would always be very careful about concussions because it just depends on It depends on what's defined as. Just because you didn't get rocked doesn't mean you didn't get anything. Now, the good news for him is he has nothing that is seemingly giving him any trouble, which is good. That's a good thing. Yeah,
But
that's a good thing.
Here's some science for you. There's only 2 parts of the human body that can rejuvenate.
Bobby's talking science.
Okay.
Hold on,
And
keep going.
that's
Keep
it.
doing your thing.
He's
And
modeling.
so it is the skin, which is the body's largest organ, and the liver. They're the only parts of the human body that can rejuvenate and repair damage up until a certain point. And then obviously if the damage is too great, it can't do that. If you damage your heart, you damage your brain, you damage your lungs, that does not get repaired. So the concussions that he had in the early part of his career, it's everyone he's had, his brain has become more and more fragile.
The scary part is that Eric is speaking factual correctness. Bobby, have you considered the possibility that maybe him donning, the Leafs garb and everything, he might have actually gotten smarter? Is this like when Homer had the crayon taken out of his brain?
Did you ever have a concussion riding your bike, Eric?
Many, unfortunately.
Eric had a concussion during this live stream several times.
Oh yes,
like we watched that.
I've had many concussions. I told the doctor I had a 21-year-old sister in the 3rd grade, and George Washington was president. I've been knocked out. I've crashed and woken up and had my friends. When I wake up, I see my friends like feet in front of my face because they're standing over me, and it's like, how long was I out for you to stop your bike, get off your bike, run down the hill, and stand in front of me? I mean, I was out for a bit. It's happened too many times. And now that I'm 49, I am trying to ride a little.
Are you sure you're 49, or is this a concussion talking?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to be a little more careful, but the sport is dangerous, and the more careful you are, sometimes the more apt you are to get hurt.
Really?
For the record, I think Eric has gotten concussions eating chocolate sticks.
Maybe.
I think he's heard something very minor things.
Well, the stale ones, when they hit you in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you go to eat them, you go boom. Yeah.
I'll let Penguin Chronicles argue with people in the chat. I see it, but I'll let you guys argue amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
So James here says that my last concussion took nearly a year to subside. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like concussions are not a thing to play with. Fortunately, like I said, I repeat this. I don't like Sidney Crosby, but I can give credit where it's due. Sure. I think he's fashioned a Hall of Fame worthy career. I think he's done a very good job in terms of that, and he's got the accolades. Like when it comes to money and things like that, there's 2 things. If it's PC stuff, well, then I don't care as much. I'm not worried about my ROI in PC. I really don't care. Like I'll get the stuff I want, and if I want it, I'm willing to pay the price, then so be it. I'm not worried about resale value down the road. If I was going to buy a Crosby card, though, it would be with the idea that, okay, not necessarily worrying about, it's not an investment, but I'm thinking in the back of my brain, like there might still be an opportunity here, but I'm going to be very particular about which one. I'm going to be very particular about the price point at which I get at. And I'm still going to try to negotiate it down. Like I'm going to try to give myself as much buffer as is humanly possible to try to make this make sense for me. Whatever I need to do to try, because if you do that, you're giving yourself the best chance anyway. That's the prudent move, is that you could get it 100% right, but if you can't find it at the price point that makes sense, then you need to stay away. Then it doesn't matter. If you can't find the right price point, then yeah, the concept is good, but it's predictive pricing. Stay away.
It's like when Ovechkin breaks his record that day, all of them go up on eBay. It's like suckers.
Yeah, there's going to be several opportunities leading up to that in the anticipation of that moment where there are going to be people that are going to offload those cards that will do tremendously well. They will do well. And there'll be somebody else buying it on the other end thinking, oh, but there's still more room for it to go higher. No. The person who bought it at that other price point, they're the ones that did very well. You're crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. Good luck to you, but
going to get another 500 goals in the next 3 years. Okay.
Yeah. You're asking a lot. That's why I say, like, I think there is still a window and opportunity for Crosby because, like I said, this offseason, I would at least monitor it. There's an out of sight, out of mindness this season right now because they're out of sight, out of mind. After this season, no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
So in this theme of investment, what does the chat feel? Who is the next person or the next card that would be a good investment?
Ooh, hashtag invest. Classic. I love some hashtag investment. Well, you know what is always a good investment, Bobby? Always, in my experience, the like button. The like button is a wonderful investment. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It allows.
It costs nothing. It costs nothing but a little
It costs
effort.
literally nothing. And Eric pays for it, and everyone likes it.
I'm always happy to pay for it. I really enjoy it. I work hard to save up and making sure that everyone's happy here. And it's my privilege and honor to take care of those payments for everybody.
As you should. And this is definitely not Bizarro World. Again, timestamps, y'all.
What are you talking about?
Timestamps. Anyway, moving on. All right. Michael Ham says, "Are you sure, Eric? Vitamin B vitamins can't cure everything. Maybe."
No.
The chocolate sips Eric eating are called long johns, not the underwear.
No.
Ziggy's decided to venture into hockey prospecting. There you go. The Connor Bedard. He's going with Connor Bedard. I think he's going to start off pretty high.
Really?
Connor Bedard is going to start off out of the blocks.
Let's get away from the incredibly obvious, and we'll choose someone else.
Waiting on Jeff Wilson to tell me. There you go. That's a valid point.
There's the answer.
Geoff will tell us.
Yeah.
Appreciate the like button reminder. Always, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it, buddy.
That's right.
Always good to hear from you.
Letang, one of his best friends, signed with Pittsburgh another 5 years. I think he'll retire when Letang retires.
I was glad to see Letang come back after his season of injuries.
Is that Wu-Tang Clan? What?
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah.
Wu-Tang Letang.
Wow. For that nickname alone, it's almost compelling.
There you go.
There you go. So you get Chasers rookies in the top sports and products. Interesting. All right, fair enough. Average Joe card collector, silly Bobby, an expert never reveals his secrets. That's why everybody reveals their secrets in this genre. You just said an accurate statement, a very accurate statement.
What secrets did I truly reveal?
No, but what I'll say is this: like, aside from that, real quick, I think speculation is fine, but we've talked about this before. The problem with current rookies, the reason I talked about the Crosby thing, is that it's less of a risk than a lot of the other pieces because he has a body of work with which to go off of, and there is a certain floor that's already been established. We've got at least a little bit of a floor to work off of, so we're not like starting off from. Like, if he has that concussion, his career ends, we know, like, he's already at a certain place. Anything beyond this point is icing on the cake. We're layering on to what's already there. So it can only help, potentially. So that's good. Again, the price point that you get it at is incredibly important. If you're able to get a fantastic, sensational deal compared to current market rate, well, then that'll only help you. That's going to be wonderful. But the next piece of the puzzle is going, with a lot of these young rookies, though, you're going on a potential, and what's been the problem the last several years is that everybody runs to potential, but then also prices it already in. It's the Patrick Mahomes problem. Patrick Mahomes has been successful. They just won a Super Bowl, and his prices went down because they were too high. But he's succeeding. He's being successful, and it's not good enough. So it's like, well, how many Super Bowls you got to win then? How many MVPs you got to win then? Because you already baked all that pricing in. And that's the problem with all the young guys. Connor Bedard is going to be the same problem. Connor Bedard could be a transcendent talent. That is possible. But what if he is and it's still not good enough? Sorry?
Everybody will be on his rookie card, will they not?
That's the point, Bobby. The point that we're making here is not that he couldn't be good. He could be phenomenal. He could be transcendent. And it might still result in people buying out of the block, losing money anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And that's with success. That's with greatness.
So
and we're
sort
still
of
not
like
succeeding.
a Luka Doncic, right?
Yeah. But that's the thing. But even
who knew they were going to grade 10,000 of them at 10s, whatever.
But the big chase, Bobby, we're going to see it. When I don't know if it's going to be series 1. It feels like, I guess they're going to do it in series 2. We'll see how that one goes. Next one. What's going to be interesting? Next one. Let's say they do series 2. They're going to have the 1-of-1 young gun. There's going to be one of those. Somebody is going to pay a lot of money for that 1-of-1 young gun. And we'll see what happens with that. That's a very dangerous game to play. I would love to be the person to pull it and sell it to whoever wants to pay that money.
Yeah, I'll sell it.
I will sell it to you. It's like, but what if he becomes? I'll take my chances. You cut the check, and I will be, and I'll take the money. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take the big cash prize on that one.
You'll never have to work again.
Yeah, take the big cash prize. Don't just walk away. Walk away.
There's two things that I've seen with him so far involving the hobby that I don't understand. And that's why I only collect vintage, I guess, because one, you have his minor league card that's out there, right? The CHL card or whatever the hell it is. People are spending hundreds of dollars on it, knowing that the absolute second that UD1 comes out and his Young Guns is in there, the card that you have spent hundreds of dollars on drops in value immensely. It's a known fact. Go find Ovechkin's Young Guns card. Those used to be a lot. Go find Crosby's cards that came out before he, made it into the league and had a Young Guns. They were all here. Second UD1 drops, they drop. But still, people are still not.
What, you don't want to get an Oceanic Crosby? Come on.
So it makes no sense to me whatsoever why people went out, bought so many different boxes on, to get his cards. And they're going to be not worthless, but they're going to fall like a stone. The second
Carlos,
thing,
can we make money on shorting pre-rookies?
I would love to. It would make me, Bobby, that right there is a hashtag invest thing that I can get behind.
Huh?
I've been giving time behind it shorting. Like, here's the thing. What Eric's saying is true. The Connor Bedard early pre-rookie stuff goes for good money, and then it'll drop like a stone when the licensed stuff comes out with his real team, whatever that ends up being.
Somebody mark that. Let's mark that down and say, how much it's going for right now, and we'll look at it 6 months down the road.
It'll be down, whatever it is.
I know. I just like to see the percentage.
So I'll leave it to folks in the chat who are a little more versed. I'm not up on the draft. I saw a chart that showed the different teams. So look, since Ziggy is asking valid questions, we'll talk about valid questions. The thing is that the way the NHL draft works is that you've got different percentages depending on different teams have opportunities depending on. I don't remember, Eric. I think the best team has like a 25% chance based on the draft lottery.
Oh, I don't think it was lower than that.
I think it's somewhere in that range, but it's a draft lottery. Regardless, it's a draft lottery. A bunch of different teams have a chance at it, and just depending on, some teams have better chances than others. We don't know who's going to draft first overall. Whoever's going to get first overall will get Bedard. Whoever that happens to be.
You remember?
It won't be the Leafs.
Who's favored?
I don't.
It's the Ducks.
Oh, is it the Ducks? Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm the NHL, I'm fixing that. I'm not letting the Ducks have them. I'm picking somebody else.
Oh, I don't think that would be great, but they had two of the best players of their generation with Timu and Paul Correa. So, and then they had Getzlaff, and they've had some big names go through there that are Hall of Famers. So
yeah, and they've won Stanley Cup, and they won a Stanley Cup. So like, it's not like the franchise has no history, but like, no, if you're the NHL, you don't want him there. Like, there's no way.
No.
0%. 0%.
Maybe be a scenario with Kevin Costner like draft day.
That's right.
There's only one place worse, and that would be Phoenix.
True. That'd be pretty bad. Stuke says, heard Jason Robertson is a good investment. I've heard somebody who's tried to make those allegations.
I don't know.
I know somebody that kind of pumps that a lot. Yeah.
A lot. Yeah.
I think he's a weird guy who lives in his car or something.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah. I think he's homeless.
Yeah.
Because he spent all the money in Jason Robertson's, Eric.
Yeah.
He goes, I got to sell the home. I got to buy more J-Robs. The ship will come in.
And I just wanted to add a little bit to what I was saying. I had two parts. So the first part is that this pre-rookie card is going to drop. The second is people are going to spend $1 million for that 1-on-1. They're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars buying boxes and product, looking for autos and jerseys and Young Guns.
$1 million for your hockey card?
And if this kid is walking down his stairs on the inside of his house and trips and falls and blows his knee out after 2 days after the draft, it's all over. Do you remember Greg Odom for the Portland Trailblazers?
Yeah.
Greg Odom was hyped huge. He was given tons of money. He was going to be the next big man, Hall of Famer. I mean, he was it. His knees were done shortly into his career, and he faded off into oblivion. And most people, when I say, do you know who Greg Odom is? They go, no, who the hell's that?
I remember him from the skit in the ESPYs where it was Justin Timberlake was hosting, and he was doing a bit where he was like, "Can I get a G?" And Greg Oden was at the piano, and he said like, "G," and I was like, "Good job by you, buddy." Apparently, though, I saw a news story or something like apparently he's like doing basketball coaching or something. He's doing like basketball coaching. Apparently, he's pretty happy.
What else?
All this
Yeah,
considered,
what
no,
else?
but apparently he's pretty happy. Like he understands that, like obviously injuries rob him of the ability to play and whatever. But he like he's made something. He's comfortable with his life, and good for him. Like
Well,
from what I heard, good for him.
He had some guaranteed money, and
Yeah.
if he wasn't done with it, it could last a normal person forever.
Yeah.
But
My
the
understanding
next
is that
point-
he's gone into basketball coaching and stuff, and he seems to be enjoying himself, or at least that's what was being presented at the time, and that's good. Good for him. If that's the case, I'm happy for him.
But
Uh,
the same thing could happen to Bedard and any rookie coming up. And that's why I don't go out and drop hundreds and hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars on rookies coming up.
except for Austin Matthews.
Well, don't be stupid.
Marner. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Mm.
And don't forget my man right over here, Miko Nylander. You know, that's autographed, by the way. It's 16, you know, that's the 16 by 20. That's autographed.
Shameless, Bobby. It's just shameless.
You got an autographed Bobby Bond too? Probably.
Oh, I do. And let me tell you, I had to pull some strings. I had to pull serious strings to get that not only the picture with him, but to get that autographed. Okay. I had to pull strings to get that done.
No doubt.
Thanks, Bobby.
No doubt. All right. So real quick, I'll touch on this one since it is relevant here. You took UD 3 years out of the 2020 boom. Nothing to do with what Upper Deck's thought process was on this. If you mess with flagship for Upper Deck, it means a lot. The Young Guns, it was a decision. They had to think about it because making a one-on-one Young Gun changes the dynamics. They had the high gloss for years, and they hesitated on when to use the high gloss. The high gloss is out of 10. And they didn't automatically they didn't run to go do a 1-of-1 at the first opportunity. They had to think about it and think about it and think about it. And it's just now that they've decided that, and it's controversial. Not everybody's in favor of doing it. They're like, are you sure you want to do it? Because that'll be the first. There hasn't been a 1-on-1 Young Guns ever. This is the first time you're going to do it. And they decided Bedard is the first time they're going to give it a try. The rookie year of Bedard. It's not a coincidence. This is the time they decided to try it.
Oh, God, no.
If you're going to play this game and try this, and they also changed the format of Upper Deck. They also changed the pack per card and amount of packs per box ratio. They changed that too. And that's not a coincidence or an accident. They chose this year to do it. So they're taking all the chances. They're trying some stuff.
Might have to buy a box.
18% chance for Anaheim.
If you want, yes, I thought it was 18%, but I wasn't 100. I knew it was less than 25. But anyways, one good thing about these rookie cards is that there are autographs in there, and those it's the same. His autograph is the same, whether it be on a pre-rookie card or a post-rookie card or a rookie card. You'll be able to get those pre-rookie card autos of him a little bit cheaper.
A little bit now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bold.
He's going to sign for 50 years, so I don't know what cheaper means, but anyway.
Yeah. All right. So real quick, I'll skip over some of the Odin stuff because I'm not a basketball guy, so I can't touch on that too much. But I'll leave it in the chat there. You guys can debate it if you want.
It's the point that these rookies, Odin went, number one, I think. Their careers could end like that, and all the money you invest are gone. It is the ultimate gamble, and I just won't do it.
Oh, there you go. This was an interesting one.
I'd rather buy
this was a good one.
stuff.
Yeah, this was a good one. I'm into Lemieux's 5 goals, 5 ways game worn jersey for $5,500.
Wow.
Nice. I've turned down 6 figures for it. Good for you. Congratulations.
And that makes sense. I would rather buy Lemieux's jersey than Bedard's jersey.
That's fair. I gotta get you. All right, so here, Suzuki is asking, did they think too long? No, not for hockey. If they did it in 2021, the massive drown at the center. In 2021, there wasn't any rookie worth doing it for. Upper Deck is in the habit of waiting for a certain rookie class or a certain rookie to do it. If they're going, there's a reason that the Exquisite didn't appear until LeBron. There's a reason the cup didn't come into existence until Crosby Ovechkin. They waited. They did. They could have done the cup prior to that. They could have tried it, but they're like, nope. But when they had Crosby and Ovechkin available as part of a rookie class, they're like, now's the time to try it. Now's the time to give it a go. And the cup is now a staple.
Back then.
What's that?
Even I bought the cup back then.
But that was the time, Bobby. If you're going to do it and you've got two rookies there that are both touted
cheap enough, actually.
Yeah.
So.
But when you touted that, that's the time. Bedard, they're going to try. Bedard has enough hype where now you give it a shot. Give it a go. And whether it succeeds or fails, we'll see. But you needed a rookie with the amount of requisite hype. McDavid would have been a good one to try it on. But that was back in 13. So it's been about 10 years now. So it's a little late now. Or is it 15? Sorry, 15, 16, Eric? 15, 16? Am I in the right ballpark?
I think so.
I forget where McDavid started, but I want to say 15, 16. So
somewhere
maybe 15.
around there, yeah.
Regardless, though, almost 10 years. So, like, 8 years of change.
I don't own one McDavid card. No, I don't even own a base card with 5 cents. I don't own anything of him.
Yeah. So anyway, Bedard is the reason why
they're to the next room.
Yeah. So Bedard is the reason why they're doing it this time, as opposed to all the other opportunities they've had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. They would have waited for somebody else, whoever was the next guy down the road. But now that they've got him, so they're like, okay, we're gonna give it a try.
So
and they want the hype.
They're going to do the 1 of 1, and are they doing number 210 as well?
I think they've got the high gloss too. I think so.
You would have to, because you can't just put it out with one big card to pursue.
Yeah, I got to see what the sell sheet looks like, but I think so.
There'll be red ones and blue ones and purple ones.
The Upper Deck's usually okay, Eric. Upper Deck flagship is usually okay with that. They don't go too crazy on it because they're specifically trying to be selective. The addition of the 1 of 1 is supposed to be the big additional draw. So they do try. Upper Deck flagship usually isn't crazy on parallels. It's OPG Platinum and those ones they'll go crazy on parallels. But flagship, they'll show some restraint. So Simon Sports Card, good evening, Simon. Or good day. How do you fellas make of the eBay policy for cards over 250 Canadian being sent for authentication? eBay always feels very random about it. It's useful, I guess. I find sometimes, I'll be honest. Can I? I'll share with you a quick story. I did one of the cards that I got recently. Went through the eBay authentication for the already graded card, and it was kind of funny because it was an SGC graded card and it's PSA doing the verification, and they were like, "Hey," it's like, "Yes, it's verified." It's like, "Yes, thank you. I know, I got it." But it's always funny how they decide to do it, and there was something that I have to see if I can find the wording, but there was something in the way they put the email in it. I think it was because it was an autographed card that was graded by SGC. They said, we can authenticate that the card is the one in the listing, but we cannot authenticate the autograph. And I'm like, it's an impact autograph. The card is a certified autograph. And they're like, well, we can't validate the autograph. I'm like, thanks. Good to know. It's a certified
auto.
Send
me my card. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, just send it over. Just, you confirm the holder's fine. Thank you for your help.
I'll forget that you said that, and I'll move on in my life. Yeah.
I just thought it was hilarious. I was like, yeah, thanks, guys. Good to know. Good to know. Thanks, bros. Thanks, bros. I was like, whatever, man. Great. All right. So yeah, I'm okay with it. I don't look forward to the time that eBay is going to start charging for it, and they will.
Oh, they will.
Oh yes.
I thought it was 500 and more. I didn't know
it was, but they dropped it down.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So the price is coming.
Oh yeah. Now, and actually, one other thing that I would add, real quick, that is actually good, a good thing. They announced eBay Canada announced back to back. We finally got a discount on shipping.
Yes.
Not as good as standard envelope, but much better than it was. So now we get a discount on shipping domestically, which is awesome, and a greater discount on the US shipping.
Right?
Yes, if you do print out the label. I got a chance to use that. They called it eBay collectible tracking something, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's, if you print out an eBay label, we're actually getting them. But I got a chance to try it this week because I had 2 purchases that qualified for it. And I went from like $16, $17 with the label to $8.
Wow.
Big
That's
difference. Huge. That's huge. That's a massive difference.
Does that include tracking then?
Yes, it does include
Oh,
tracking.
it's still
And $100 insurance.
minimum insurance.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, because I knew about that. I was just wondering if you don't print it out, can you go to the post office and scan it? Does it have the little barcode? I mean, the little whatever code, that square code, whatever it's
QR code?
QR code. Yeah. Does it have a QR code that you can? Because I'll do it online, but my printer doesn't work, right? So
Okay.
I don't want to, buy a new printer again. So I'm just the QR code. If it generates a QR code, then you can go to the post office, scan QR code, and then they'll print it out there.
Okay. I'm not sure. I think they do. I think
if
they
you do it, let me know, because the QR code should come up in your email.
I'll double check. I'll double check to confirm that for you. I can
Yeah.
say that because I do have the printer here, I do print it out and I got it, which is
Yeah.
nice because then they already pre-populate it onto your eBay thing, mark it as shipped, and I can just drop it off and scan. Again, not as good as so Simon says, not as good as the standard envelope, because for really low price stuff, that's nice. It's nice, the standard envelope. Obviously, it's not ideal. It's not perfect, but it's something.
Mhm.
But at least the discount is better. Look, it's so expensive for us to ship anyway. I'll take any discount we can get. If you can offer one that makes my life a little easier with the eBay integrated already into it, that's better.
I wonder what happened with all of that. Interesting. Why they would do that.
I don't know, but I guess somebody finally got to Canada Post and finally negotiated a better rate for us, because really it's equivalent to a higher tier of small business, because you've got the different small business. We were getting the level 1 small business, and now it's the level 4, which is a much better discount. I was like, I literally sent something express post for like $8, and I was like, great. And this was to New Brunswick.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, sounds good, awesome, I'll take it, thank you. So it's an improvement. I'll take it. Sorry, it was like 12. Sorry, it was $12 to New Brunswick, but still much better than normal for express post.
20.
That's fine. Yeah, for express post, that's fine.
I know the business reps were calling around, and I talked to one of them, and he was saying, well, we're trying to give your small business a little bit better rates if you're interested in going into the next tier. And I said no, and I said, what you need to do is these things, so you can promote commerce and not stagnate it. It's $30 to ship something down to the United States. It's like ridiculous. How can you sell a $20 item for $30 shipping? It's just not working out.
Yeah.
So it looked like my argument worked with him, and you're welcome.
There you go. It's all the Burrell. But regardless, though, I will say, that was an announcement that I was welcoming. Usually when eBay does an announcement, I'm like, oh, dear Lord, what French hell? What have you done now? This was one that I was like, okay, this is a good one. This is good. I was like, oh, thank you. Okay, you know what? Good. I got to reap the dividends on that one right away, which is awesome. That was great.
And the fees will go up now soon.
Oh, no doubt. No question. It's always something. So here we go. Michael Ham's got the list here. Anaheim Ducks 18.5%, Columbus Blue Jackets 13.5%, Chicago Blackhawks 11.5%, San Jose 9.5%, Montreal 8.5%, and Arizona Coyotes 7.5%. Ooh,
I'm really I would say I'm rooting for the Ducks or the Blackhawks.
That's a pretty brutal list of teams, man.
Yeah,
that's rough.
Yeah,
maybe you better not get his rookie.
I was going, yikes.
I tell you though, if you believe
it might take him 5 years to get to the team that he needs.
Well, he might have to do a Lindros. He goes, I'm not playing for you. I am not. No, trade me.
Arizona,
trade me now.
And what happened to his career?
For a while, fine. For a while, nothing until Scott Stevens showed up. Scott Stevens ended that.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and that's as it was. Yeah,
I do not own any Lindros stuff. I cannot stand.
But Lindros was a dominant player. Like at his apex, he was a scary dominant player. He just had a cream puff mushy head. That was the problem he had.
And it was family. It had
his skull was made of chocolate sticks. It just disintegrated.
His brother had the exact same issue in playing for the Islanders. Both of them, their careers both ended because of concussions.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. It runs in the family. It's genetic. Whatever it is, both guys were big guys. Both guys were big guys, and for whatever reason, if their head had been like normal density, like the skull had been normal density, if they had drank their milk when they were kids or something, I don't know what the deal was. So, whatever it is, something. Lindros was dominant. Like at his best, he was a guy who could get physical. He's a guy who could score. He had skill. He had all the. On paper, that trade should have been good for both teams in the long run. Forsberg going to Colorado, Lindros coming, and all this stuff, and it's like should have been. And they had that amazing line with Leclerc and who was the third one? I'm forgetting right now. In Philadelphia, you had Lindros, you had Leclerc, and there was somebody else who I'm forgetting, and also good player. Like so, it's like it was a really good line.
I just was talking about him like 3 days ago with somebody.
Yeah.
And
Regardless, though, the point that I'm making is that it should have been better than it was. And as it was, in the end, he still got the Hall of Fame because he still had a worthy career by the time it was all said and done. But it should have been better than it was. It should have been a guy who was like, no doubt, first ball.
Well, he had attitude too, which hurt him a lot. Yeah. He didn't get along with a lot of coaches.
Yeah, so I just want to conclude this here. Coyotes ruined many careers. Yep. So we got Renberg and we got Gagne.
Yeah. No,
I think it's Renberg.
Yeah. It was Michael Renberg, the Legion of Doom line.
Yeah, Legion of Doom line. Thank you. So like for a while there, those guys were really good. Really good. And Philadelphia did get to the Stanley Cup final. So like it's not like the team had no success. They had some success. It just never fully materialized the way they had hoped. Happens sometimes.
Well, and also he was butting heads with Bobby Clark all the time. So,
well,
that was a major issue too.
Could be. Could be an issue. Yeah. So let's do this. So we covered a little bit of ground there. We talked about it briefly. All right. So modified version. So who do we got? I already had Boston going to the Stanley Cup Finals and winning, beating everybody. Any updated predictions on the Stanley Cup now? Anybody want to take a stab at an updated version of it? We got 8 teams left. 8 teams left. It's still early enough in a series if anybody wants to take a shot at it.
Like I said offline, I think it would do McDavid good to be on a Stanley Cup team this year.
I wasn't joking earlier. This is as good a chance as
he's going to have. Yeah.
Some teams are going to be kicking themselves at the end of this that don't win. They're going to be looking at this down the road and going to be like, there may never be another better opportunity than this specific draw. Whoever's still in the game, I don't care if you're down 0-2, I don't care if you're 1-1, whatever the case is, you've got a shot. You've still got a chance right now if you're in the last 8 here.
Mm-hmm.
I like your chances. You've got a shot. If you can advance this round, you never know.
Yeah, because you can't call who's going to win at this point.
It's really a crapshoot. At this point, it's a crapshoot. Super crapshoot. However, like, I like the chaos of it. I like the fact that all these teams, I could make, you could tell me any of those 8 teams and I could see some weird scenario they wind up there. And I go, okay, nice. I sure. And I think that's fun. I think that's fun when you can be like, no, legitimately, I could see any of these right now. The way this is drawn out, any of them have a shot.
Yeah, it's not like it's the 50 Yankees and they're going and they're going to win.
Yeah. Nobody here is murderer's row. Everybody's got a shot.
Yeah.
Hey, this is my good friend Name. Name, how you doing, buddy? Mm-hmm. So good to see him. Nice. Thanks for stopping by tonight. That's nice of you. That's fantastic. Good. I hope everything's going well with you and your family, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
So, for my prediction, of course, 100%, my Maple Leafs are going to win. There's really no doubt in my mind. But if I'm forced to pick another team, right, just as a gag, I would have to go with the Carolina Hurricanes. But
it's still in play.
Of course, it's not even a gag. It's just ridiculous to think that anybody but my Leafs are going to win. But if you're forcing my hand and you want me to say something different, then I would say the Hurricanes win the whole thing. But I'm not concerned. 100%. My Maple Leafs are going to break the curse, and we are going to hoist that cup, and we're going to go up and down Yonge Street with it in a giant parade. We're going to make sure we go by Maple Leaf Gardens, honor the past with the future, and it's going to be awesome.
I want the Leafs to advance one round just so we can keep this nonsense up another round. I want that. Just I want it's like, oh come on Toronto, let's go. Just one more round. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't get it, but okay.
Stars
a lot
versus
of-
Leafs have to have one original six. Edmonton bottom six and goaltending are good enough. Carolina and Vegas. So you're going Carolina. That would be a very strange Stanley Cup, but plausible. But certainly plausible with this draw. All the scenarios are plausible right now, which in some ways I think is good. I think it's good for the sport. If you're not going to have any of the obvious ones, it's fun for the sport to have real possibilities and some unusual draws, which can be fun. I look forward to seeing Eric all decked out in Florida Panthers again next week.
Oh, Josh, you're such a kidder. Oh, you're just
he
funny.
really is. He really is. He really is.
Josh. But I appreciate Josh. I appreciate you checking in and typing some stuff into the chat. It's always good to hear from you, buddy. You just keep typing.
So, Eric, outside of your incredible Leaf fandom and the joy that they bring to your soul, in your life,
I haven't been this happy. I don't even know for how long. I mean, maybe since the birth of my child, I haven't been this happy.
Absolutely. Has there been any interesting happenings or any interesting additions to the collection in the past week or two? Anything interesting that's been coming up?
I have picked up some really, really, really nice pieces. I will be putting them on my Instagram account, but I could I might be able to give you a sneak peek if you were interested in some of the things that I picked up at the New England's largest card show last weekend.
Well, this is the angle that I'm shooting is I'd like to hear a little bit about this card show. And also this week, I put it in the graphic, but it's more likely going to be next week where I'm going to get a little more info. We got the Edmonton Expo happening. I'm curious for the folks that are going to be out there. Paul, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it out there. I did ask ahead of time just to see. I wanted to see. I'm curious how this one compares to last time because they reversed the order. Last time they did Edmonton first, and then they did Toronto. In this case, they did Toronto and Edmonton. For the folks out west, it's not going to impact them too much because the dealers out west are still going to be out west. Right. And obviously, a lot of the national dealers are still going to make the trek. They're going to make the trek over to the west anyway. Brad and Luke and the PSA Canada guys, they went out west to go do their thing out there too. So it's going to be part of it. So I'm not worried about that. So I want to get a little bit about that. I'll share a quick story just from one pickup. I did get one thing in the mail today. And this is actually from a YouTuber, Pittsburgh. I want to make sure I get this right. Pittsburgh. They actually shipped it out directly my way. Very good, smooth transaction. Appreciate them. They left a nice note as well. Apparently they are familiar with the channel. So they said, love your content. So thank you. Appreciate that. And I picked up another one for the dentist PC. So I got another one of those. So this is the out of 10 to go with my 1 of 1 that I've got. So I've actually got 3 of these. So I'll probably do a picture of the group of them. So really quick, smooth transaction. So I appreciate them for that. I wanted to acknowledge it. I'll probably do a quick video on the side. Quick side note as well. Programming note. Since we're a little bit in the show now, I am going to do another recording with Jason, Cards and Comics. And we're going to be chatting a little bit. And we're going to be chatting about some vintage. So I will also bring up with him some of the trimming stuff and everything. I included the video on the channel this week because my feelings and thoughts on it, I've already given them in the past. So I wanted to make sure I included them. So if anybody was curious and hadn't seen it, I gave it to them. So I gave them to them tonight. If you're curious about my thoughts on it, check it out. It's about half an hour. I go to 2019. I go back in time. Ooh. And then my thoughts on it are basically the same. Really nothing's changed for me. But I want to get his take on it as well because he's a guy who collects some vintage. So, okay. New England, this card show. Where's the card show? Refresh my memory. What was it?
It's run by Hollywood Collectibles, which I believe is based out of Florida. Mm-hmm. This is it used to be the Altman show. He passed away a couple years ago, so they don't have his name attached to it anymore. I don't believe. And it's held at the Shriners Auditorium in Wilmington, Mass. And it's like a 300 plus table show, very large show. It's the largest one in New England. People come from all over the Northeast and Canada to come to this show. And there's a lot of things, available there whether it be high-end vintage baseball, Babe Ruth cards, Ty Cobb cards, those types of things. Saw, a ton of 52 mantles all over the place. It's the stuff that you don't see at your local weekend card show. And I was able to pick up some things that were extremely unique for, being around here. And it was very successful, very successful. I almost felt like finding stuff. I felt like I was in Toronto.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Anything in particular stand out to you? So I'll quickly go here. Actually, before I do that, so Wes, good evening. Thank you for asking. I don't know if you noticed, Wes. Eric is a lifelong Leafs fan. He doesn't care about Boston. He's not. It makes no difference to him. So for those of you who joined in later on, apparently the Boston Bruins did not have great success, but Eric doesn't care. So it would certainly not be. Let me play your video footage from earlier tonight, Eric. Just let me do it for Wes's benefit here.
I listen. You go right ahead. I don't understand if it's supposed to be a dig to me. I don't understand.
I think it's a statement of fact. I just want to take the footage you took, and we're going to play it for everybody. So let's play right now.
The NHL's all-time win record now belongs to these Boston Bruins. They win their 63rd game of the season.
A few moments later.
On him. Verhaeghe wins the series for Florida, and this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending. The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop the series in the first round.
Thanks for asking, Wes.
The only thing I know, because I don't study the Bruins like I do the Maple Leafs, but the only thing I know about the Bruins is I know they had a good season. Okay. I mean, regular seasons don't really matter. But the only thing I really, really know and I really like to focus on is that my Daryl Sittler of the Toronto Maple Leafs once had 10 points against the Boston Bruins, and that is still a record today. All right. So when I think of the Bruins, I think the number 10. 10 points. One of our players, but maybe our greatest player, scored against that bum of a franchise, and that's still a record today. So God bless Daryl Sittler.
Indeed. No question, no doubt. Lord knows if Jack is okay.
Who cares?
Yeah. I appreciate the historical reference it brought up. When they brought it up, there was no other place to go. It knew it had to happen. Thank you, Wes. Thank you. It was a wonderful thing. Paul White, good evening. But yes. Okay, so now, having done that, wanted to make sure we cover that. That's important. Now, card show. You went there. Did you pick up anything good? So I'm going to come back in a second, but if you want to showcase and share some items with the people, feel free. Now the floor is yours.
Yeah, I picked up some things that, like I said, I think are pretty unique to this area. Not stuff you'd see on the weekend card shows. Here's something that I couldn't help but get. It only cost me $15, but and maybe other people have seen this card before or have this autograph already, but I have never had the opportunity, and I thought this was really cool. So this is a 1988 Richard Petty card You can see the old 43s getting banged up there pretty good. And it is autographed by the king himself, Richard Petty, in gold paint pen right across it. And I said, I cannot walk away from this card. I just couldn't do it. So the action photo, the gold paint, being that, Petty's the king of all time, the GOAT. I had to take that home with me. So I thought that was kind of cool. Another thing I picked.
So this
up,
was a quick question for you from Jeff. Is the Boston show twice a year?
It is. There is a spring that is run by Hollywood Collectibles, and there's a fall that is run by the Boston Card Collecting something or another. Hey, yep, Bobby Orr right there. He was a heck of a player. Favorite team, Toronto Maple Leafs.
Indeed.
Yep.
And just think, Bobby, as we said earlier tonight, imagine if Booby Orr was still alive. How sad he would be this entire
I have no
display.
idea if he is or he isn't, but
nobody knows.
I just know that people sometimes think that he's the greatest player of all time, and his favorite team was the Toronto Maple Leafs, just like mine. So we have something in common.
I think we need the end of the sentence, Paul. We need to end the sentence. So here, since the Hindenburg disaster, they decided helium is less flammable than hydrogen. Thank you. Great, pretty card, but I think some say it out of the holder. There you go. Is that a Leafs puck signed by Cheevers?
Jerry Cheevers was a Hall of Fame goaltender. Played for 3 different franchises. He played for the Toronto Maple Leafs, of course. Which really gave him his first shot and set him on the trajectory of greatness. He also played for the Cleveland Crusaders and the World Hockey Association. And I think he may have played with Bobby Orr with the Bruins, I think.
Timestamp.
So
somebody out there has got to be timestamping this shit.
Oh yes, this is a Jerry Cheevers autographed Toronto Maple Leafs puck with the date of his first start as a rookie, December 2nd, 1961. So Mr. Cheevers will be around in the next couple of weeks at a show doing a signing, and I'm going to have him sign tons and tons of Leaf stuff for me. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him.
Indeed.
Piggyback rides.
I am bringing like a pile of Leafs. I'm gonna have him sign my hat. I'm just gonna go last because I'm gonna have so much Leaf stuff for him to sign. It's gonna be ridiculous.
Piggyback rides, 5 cents.
If Jerry's up for that, and he'll, if he'll put his old jersey on from the Maple Leafs, maybe I would ask him for a piggyback ride and get a photo. That'd be good. Another card that was really huge for me. It's in absolutely great condition. A lot of people may not see this as a huge card, but this is 1970s Dad's Cookie Gordie Howe. I've been looking for one in mint condition. I keep finding them banged up, stained, corners rounded, creases. And I was finally able to get one of Gordie in just pristine shape. So I was real happy with that. A few weeks ago on the show, it came up somehow that I was talking about what my favorite card of all time was. I don't know. Do you guys happen to remember what I said it was? And I said that come November, I am going to look for a better copy because mine's really banged up and it's bent in half, and I have it in a big, thick, lucite screw down on my desk. Do you remember when that was?
Pierre
okay. Well, I don't have to wait till November. I have this fabulous copy. It does have a gum stain on it that I truly believe if I cracked it out of the holder and took a pair of, piece of, woman's pantyhose, the gums would come right off. and you have to
Women's
hold the
pantyhose.
card. Yeah, that's what takes gum off.
Well, I suppose it's most men's pantyhose, Bobby.
Right.
Eric
It doesn't
is
take
a
gum
subject
off.
matter
It takes
expert on
wax
this.
off.
So it takes it off great. So anyways, you have to hold the card just the right angle in the right light, even to see the gum stain. But that's the reason for the low grade, which also helped me afford it. So here it comes, my favorite card of all time that I talked about a couple of weeks ago. I have a great copy of it now instead of bent in half.
Who is it? I can't see.
Look
it.
at this.
Oh. So you're saying there's a gum stain on the front or back?
On the front.
And it's a gum stain, not a wax stain.
I believe it's a gum stain. You have to hold it just right to see it. And I am 100% convinced that if I crack this thing, I would it would come right off with some pantyhose.
Pantyhose doesn't work for gum stains.
Okay.
It works on wax stains on the front.
Yeah, wax stains. Wax stains is the one I recall. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just gonna scratch the fuck out of it.
Well, if he uses men's pantyhose, though.
Oh yeah.
Well, he made a distinction.
Yeah,
there
that's
might
the
be
difference,
something.
right?
Bobby, we can't completely throw out the possibility.
So the stain is really small and it's right here where my finger is.
Mm.
So that's what you should, if you want to try to find it, that's where it is. And you just don't see it unless you stop moving the card around. So this is my favorite card of all time. And I figured I'd dump a huge chunk of change on it in November up in Toronto. And I didn't have to go to Toronto or spend the hundreds and hundreds that I was willing to spend. So, yeah, that was a good one.
What grade is that?
A 3.
Yep.
Okay.
And Wes is appreciating the 3. I think it comes out very well for a 3. So well.
Yeah, it's awesome. The corners are great. The coloring, everything about it's great. But there's this stain.
But you know what would make it better? If you
What's that?
If you went in we could make it like a 5 or a 6. I've heard rumors. Like I think there are video tutorials, Bobby. I think there are video tutorials.
I have.
You could probably make it a 5, a 6, or 7.
I have heard that there are some video tutorials out there to take vintage cards and make them more gooder.
I think Mosher's video of the week. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just mentioning it. I'm having a little fun with it because I was talking to Paul earlier tonight, who's here in the chat. I made sure, and like I'm poking some fun at it because I did the video pulling back my old 2019 thing because my thoughts on this have not changed. I stand behind everything 2019 Carlos says. So it was a lot of fun for me because like no, I literally it's like, you know what, I could have said it better myself. I literally did. So I was good. And Paul, whenever you're good, just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you on. Perfect. Good evening, Paul. How are you?
Excellent. It's always fun when there's a scandal in the hobby that can be felonies or you might get off with nothing,
There you go. I like
it. It's always fun.
Yeah, I figured it would be a perfect time to kind of segue into this. But here's the key. I am going to mostly refrain. I'll play moderator. Because I made sure the reason, and that's why I wanted to explain this off the top. The reason why I brought back 2019 Carlos to bring him in is like my thoughts haven't changed. Like we literally had in 2019. That's why I gave context. In 2019, this was a big topic at the time. Now this was pre-pandemic and pre-boom, so the overall everybody's platform was smaller. The megaphones were smaller. However, word got around, and Forbes made articles about it. It got into the mainstream media. It got into a lot of that stuff. So and again, to their credit, I gave Sports Card Radio their credit too. They deserve it because at the time they were doing a bunch of coverage on it. But they referenced 2019 coverage. That's what they were talking about. Blowout Forums was going crazy on this in 2019. Tons of coverage there too. They were doing their investigation stuff in 2019. And I was commenting on that back then. So I go, 4 years on, nothing has changed for me. The only thing that has occurred that has brought it into the discussion point now is that Evan Mathis, who was being discussed back in 2019, I made reference to that, decided to make a video for a lot of folks confirming what they already suspected. So I just want to make that clear. And obviously he was he was on Sports Card Nonsense and gave some more discussion points. And I know Paul saw that. I got a chance to see that. And I wanted to leave the forum open for anybody else who wanted to discuss it, because as I said, if you want to know what I think, just check out the video I put in earlier today. It's great, Bobby, when I get to reuse my own stuff. I was like, I would joke with somebody though. Somebody was like, so what do you do in a couple of years? Like, oh, this is going to be like a nesting doll. I'm going to make a new intro where I'm going to intro myself from 2023 talking about 2019, and we'll just keep going. Every 3 or 4 years, I'll just keep nesting doll this thing and just keep expanding it over time. It's like, I already done this. My thoughts have not changed in all these years, and I stand by everything I said. So that's fun for me. So first, Paul, first crack. What do you think? You saw the podcast. You heard some of the stuff. Were you paying too much attention to it in 2019 at all? Do you have any context on that time period, or is this relatively newer a little bit for you?
I'm gonna try to think here. I thought the response that you had out was fairly accurate. I would echo most of that. I was gonna say, should I start with the one card that I trimmed, or
do whatever? Look, I wanted to make sure. Look, right now I'm operating as moderator. If anybody wants my thoughts, I've already made him. I made him clear 4 years ago, and I gave him to you again. So I stand by what I said already. So it's on record. Feel free to watch it, enjoy it, whatever you want. So go ahead. I'm just listening.
I thought that Evan Mathis came across better than most. Like, I thought they went into that with we're just going to hit this guy with a fist and he's not getting up. And I think they realized very, very quickly that he's right on a lot of this stuff. So
I also think it messed with him that he was very zen. He was relatively speaking, all things considered. So Bobby, I don't know if you got a chance to hear it at all. I'll give a quick context. So Evan Mathis, 4 years ago, in reality before that, but 4 years ago is what we use. 2019 is our reference point. He was accused back then. He was in the NFL, and then he got into sports cards. And one of the things was that he was accused of doing a lot of trimming and alterations on cards.
Yeah, I know the whole story.
Perfect. But did you hear the sports card nonsense thing earlier today?
No, I did not.
Okay, so he went on there and did an interview with those guys, and they went in with the angle. I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link for that. It'll be an interesting listen to. I would recommend it for anybody else. I'll try to find it and include it in the description for anybody who checks us out on replay. I'll try to find it for you so you can check it out yourself. I would recommend it. Just listen to it on your own and develop your own thoughts. Now, they went into it from the angle that they kind of wanted to get around this a little bit. Because from their perspective, they wanted to understand, well, why would you even do this? Why would you even make a video explaining this or outlining it, whatever? And he took almost like this approach, like, oh, it is what it is. This is what happens. And this is how it's like, you can either accept it or you can't, but it's going to happen anyway, whether I'm there or I'm not there. And that's a lot of the angle that's Paul. Is that kind of does that give a good synopsis of kind of the angle that he kind of took on it? That kind of threw them off a little bit.
He also has the angle of PSA is not 100% accurate.
Yeah, but nobody is. That's why I joked about. But that's why I made the joke about. So real quick, the only reason the reason why I cited all those resources, and I decided to take the tack that not only did I take my 2019 stuff, I put in the description a bunch of links to the Blowout Forum post, to Sports Card Radio's video, to my old video, to all this stuff, and I said, no, please don't just listen to me. Go look at it. Go read through there's a lot of information in that thread if you want to take the time and do the deep dive. I am providing you a starting point to you to do a deep dive and educate yourself. I want to provide that to you so you can do whatever you wish from there. But the key piece is a lot of us knew about a lot of this stuff. We kind of rolled through it because it's like, well, it doesn't affect the majority of us and the majority of our stuff. We put it in the context of reality. PSA is complicit in a lot of this. But that's because they were never going to be able to catch anything. Even if they wanted to, they can't catch everything. Nobody can. SGC, and we talk about this in the past, Bobbles is an SGC bulk submitter. I do business with the PSA Canada guys, and they're great. And I will vouch for the individuals working with PSA Canada because they're good folks, and I've dealt with them. But PSA is not without fault and without flaw. They've made a million mistakes, and they will keep making mistakes. Just to be clear, they will keep making mistakes. SGC's founder is a trimmer card altering guy. He's still the owner. You can like SGCP. He seems like a swell fella, unlike my favorite Packers quarterback. Not a swell fella. A little different side of the equation. And look, I can appreciate a not swell fella under the right circumstances. Paul knows this. I can appreciate a not swell fella under the right circumstances. But guess what? SGC is founded by a guy who's in the alteration trimming game. Does that mean they are clean now? Is everything cool? I have no way of knowing that. The BGS angle, the issues that they've had with it, allowing people to let stuff through. That's true. By the way, which company of the main four, of the legit main four, is my personal favorite? I've said this on record multiple times. My favorite for the holders for PC purposes, CSG. The guys they brought in as their head graders are the old BGS guys who were there during the administration during a lot of this. So they have connections to that past too. Let's not lie to ourselves. So Paul, the only angle I'm taking on this is, look, I'm a cynical hobby veteran who's been around a while. I'm not pretending anything's clean. But I'm half Colombian, half Panamanian, so I kind of like shadiness. I kind of enjoy it, so I'm good.
Please. Oh, I get it. I get it. As I hold a Ray Caruth up.
There you go. I'm including some of the comments as you guys. By the way, guys, if you got any thoughts or anything, look, for the most part, I wanted to give all that context so that you knew where I'm coming from, but I want to get your guys' thoughts. Bobby is a longtime veteran of the hobby. Like you certainly share any thoughts you have. Paul, any thoughts you have on any of this? Like, I want to leave it open. I want to leave it open for anybody else to discuss, and I'll kind of moderate. But please feel free to share.
I have an angle.
Please.
I guess it's sort of like the the DiCaprio movie Catch Me If You Can, where it's sort of like, and they ended up hiring him because he was the perfect forger. And who better would you have working detecting forgery than anybody else? So with SGC, it almost seems like that's almost the place you want to be, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
In all honesty, because you want to know who knows the most. So and I did watch your video to 2019. Like, geez, like I didn't know you were an OG GOAT. Like, geez, you think the YouTube Hall of Fame was coming up? Nominations, or I don't know.
But like I said, these people don't even, Bobby, they don't even know. Like, it's like I got my own receipts of myself. I can remember myself as a receipt of my own thing.
So anyways, I think with this what was going down in 2019, I've been following a lot of this stuff for like 20 years and what's been going on.
Yeah.
And the real reason why I wrote books is I didn't want collectors to be because it's not a money-making venture, I'll tell you that. Mm-hmm. I didn't want people to be misguided in the hobby, So the more information you provide for people, the better and the safer and the hobby gets. And that's what I did going forward. That's I didn't do it on purpose for that reason, but it was sort of like osmosis. It just happened, and it's kind of good. The more you know, the better you are. But if you can't tell, and I'm looking forward to seeing that video. That I think it will be a revelation for a lot of people going forward.
Yeah, and Paul, I'll touch on this one with you. I think what makes it interesting is that in almost an Olympic cycle, I made the joke about the Olympic cycle, the hobby Olympic cycle, because 2019, just about 4 years ago, almost bang on, and I not only put the date stamp, the year, I also put the month, and just to give a bit of a context of it. So one clip was from late 2019, and the other one was from June 2019. There you go. Oh, very exciting. But I used June 2019 as the second, as the kind of the send off for everybody. See, Paul is distraught.
He dropped the knife when he was trimming.
Like he was losing it. It's going crazy. It's going crazy. But the reason why I wanted to give that context is that we've been discussing. Now, to be clear, 2019 wasn't the beginning of any of this. Like we're being super. But I wanted to give that as a point that, like, hey, 4 years ago, we were talking about this exact same thing with the same players, the same situation, the same all of it. All that's happened in 4 years is 4 years have gone by. That's the only thing that's changed.
But then the pandemic kind of took over and took away from that.
Sure.
And then
but
the rise
I don't
in price.
I don't think it would have prevented this from being washed over because it has over years. And we talked about this when Probstein interviewed Bill Mastro. And made fun of it. It's like, but the thing is, we keep referencing these people, and this is kind of the angle that I take from it. And Paul, this is the angle that I presented. I'm not unaware, but I also don't care. The reason I don't care is because most of this stuff doesn't impact me. It doesn't, like, you're gonna take my PSA 2 and make it into a 5. That isn't happening. I'm sorry. And by the way, that does not mean that there are not altered cards in those lower grades. There totally are. However, the percentage drops the lower down the grade scale we go because the financial incentive becomes less and less and less. It becomes less worthwhile your effort. What are you going to do? Make a 2 into a 3 into a 4? For the right card, sure. Yeah. But I'm saying for very select cases, Bobby, absolutely. But for like a 52 tops common, are you going to buy? Is that worth your effort? Is that worth the energy? Not necessarily. Now, if you're talking about the high end of the food chain, a PSA 7, 8, 9, approaching a 10, okay, I could totally, because there's set registry guys. There's guys that will pay, that will shell out big bucks on that stuff. That makes sense to me. That does not mean that but that's the hobby's original sin. The first PSA card ever graded was a trimmed card. That was number 1, right off the block. Gretzky owned that one with McNall. That one's a famous card. Now it's known. Everybody knows it's trimmed. And if you don't, well, now you know. Let me repeat it. It's trimmed. Everybody knows that. It's public record at this stage. Yes. So guess what? The next time it goes up for sale, it'll sell for a record amount.
More than likely.
It's infamous. Everybody knows it. It is 100% a trimmed card. It's a PSA 8, but it's trimmed.
And in all actuality, it should not. Like,
well, now it's
speaking, it shouldn't.
Sure,
like,
yeah. But now it's a piece of history. Now it's infamous.
Yeah, and that does, listen, if you get Billy the Kid's 6-shooter, it's worth a lot because he's infamous. He's a bad guy, killed lots of people, but this is part of the hobby history. It was owned by Wayne Gretzky. It was PSA's first card.
And McNall, who went to jail.
It set records. It was like the first card of $1 million. And
yep.
I mean, it's infamous. It's part of the hobby history, good or bad. People want it.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't turn it down if someone wanted to give it to me.
There you go. Go ahead, Paul.
I think it's free money, of course, but would you pay for it though? Is the question.
If I had unlimited funds and I can afford something like that. Now you're talking just asking me. I would rather have Wayne Gretzky's copy than any other copy. That's just me. Other people, that means nothing to them. But I would rather have Wayne Gretzky's copy than any other copy.
See, I'm more into the frame of mind that I would rather have one that's not trimmed.
I would rather have it. I would rather have it if you retrimmed it and got it all the way up to 10. Because 8 is for peasants. Paul?
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Please. I think the other issue with this, and one of the first items I got when I got back into this was a Lawrence Taylor rookie, the alternate rookie, in a 10. Mm-hmm. Now, what does this do, or what does this mean about the trimmed items? When I look at this, I honestly think it's probably a 9. Mm-hmm. But one of the issues that they had forever was the hobby wasn't strong necessarily, and they needed customers. Now, what does that mean? It means that if you have a 9, maybe you bump it up. If you have one that you think might be trimmed, you let it go. But now that they're rolling in money, they look harder. They don't let stuff go through. Because if this is fake 5 years ago, you're out 200 on the buyback thing that they have. But now if you're out it, this one specifically is like 500, but let's say it's 5,000. That hurts a little bit more. Let's say that that one of the high grade mantles they trimmed. How many million are they out? That starts hurting a lot more. And I don't think you can look at it as the trimming is, illegal's illegal. It's for money's for money. But I think we got to look at it overall and say that PSA's history is not overly clean. And that's the overarching issue that I don't think either side is right or either side is wrong on it. You're going to have lots of different alterations, like me trimming my own card from 1996, but these were hand cut, so sue me.
It's
But
allowed.
yeah, like
Couple quick things I'll add real quick, just so that, and then I'll let you continue your point. So I want to add a couple of things here. One of them is that, and we want to make a distinction because some people I don't think lack the nuance, and it's not necessarily their fault. They might not be as aware, and kind of you'll understand where I'm going with this one, Bobby. Is that trimming a card in and of itself is not an issue. If it's your card, do what the hell you want with it. Cut the damn thing in half, burn it. Like it's your, that's your problem. It's when it goes to the next person. It's the disclosure piece of this. If you alter or do something to it and you do not disclose, then we have a bit of a problem because now you've created this scenario. Now it is fraudulent. Now you are representing it as something that it is not. Now, if it is simply in your personal possession and look, you don't like the edge of it and you hack a bunch of it off and you're the only owner of the damn thing, then I can't stop you. Like, and no one else can. But it's when we go to the next owner, whoever the next owner is going to be. But if you tell them exactly what happened, exactly what it is, and they still want to buy it from you, and you guys agree to a deal, well, then that's fine. And then they sell it, and the next person after that knows what's going on, and they're fine. But eventually somebody breaks the chain. Eventually somebody decides to leave out a little detail of the fact that somebody took a razor to the edge of it, and it looks nicer than it has any business being. And that's where we run into the issue. It's the fraudulent piece. It's not the act. It's the lack of disclosure. If you get what I'm saying. That's where we run into the problem. If everybody the whole way, or if one of the companies labels it as authentic altered, and it is and everybody buys it as an authentic altered card, and it's right on the label, and everybody knows what you're buying. Nobody bats an eye, nobody loses their mind because, well, you're buying exactly what it represents itself to be. You know what it is. That's what you're buying. It's when you don't know, you crack it out, you send it to somebody hoping to get a number on it, and you get a number on it, and you know what it was, but you left out that little detail. That's where we get into the little nuance category. It's important. It's an important distinction to make. I want to separate out two different things.
Nuance is disclosure.
It 100% is, but it's a very important. It's a very important difference in the two things, because if we're just trading authentic altered that is labeled clearly and correctly designated, and that's what you're buying and that's what you're selling, and everybody knows what they're doing, there's no discussion to be had.
Well, remember, we're only paying for their opinion.
Correct.
As you are with Steve Hart with Waxpack, you're only paying for his opinion. Right or wrong, we don't know.
Right.
It's just a professional opinion.
Correct.
And I use that word loosely, professional, because I think there's a lot of professionals out there that are not what they think they say they are.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. But the key piece, and kind of what Paul was talking about a little earlier, is that my tact is, even if they try really, really hard, stuff will still get through. Even if they put in their best effort, if somebody is doing a good job, there's still the possibility it gets through. It's still a possibility they get it wrong, and they put in their effort. Go ahead, Eric.
So my question is this, and maybe you guys can help me understand this more. Maybe people in the chat. You have a card. Cards are all basically a standard size. The PSA, we're going to just say PSA just because. The PSA holder is a standard size. A standard card fits in that holder the same way 1,000 times. When you get a card that is now smaller than the standard size, and you try to put it into the PSA holder, doesn't someone at PSA go, let me take a second look at this? And when grading it, don't they put it down on a mat that has measurements on it so they could see right away that this thing is off by a fraction?
Bobby, this was a good one for your neck of the woods. There is within, again, I won't speak for the individual graders, not my place. But I will say that let's talk about vintage issues, just to stick with that. There is certain tolerances, like there's some in the techniques they use to cut these cards. You can expect there are going to be, it's not going to hit bang on the correct measurement every time. It is not unusual to see some variances in it.
Especially with O-Pee-Chee's rough
Well,
cut,
I was
that'll
about
give
to
you a
say-
little
I'm
bit.
just using it as an example. Just
Right.
but in that vein, so the problem is, and Bobby, let me ask you this question. Let me pose it to you. If you're being asked to consult, you're being asked to come in and just give a little general understanding, knowledge. We use the knowledge theme tonight to great effect. But let's use a little knowledge. You know that there is going to be some variances. So it means that you can grab the ruler and you can say, like, okay, so like within this, it's fine. Within this, it's also actually fine, because that does happen organically in reality. That does occur. How do you play that in? If you're the grader, in this case, we're looking at trimming. Obviously, there's other alterations and other discussions to be had, but let's focus on trimming. You're trying to use the size as your guide, but you're within the tolerance. So at that point, do you say good? Or then do we kind of defer then to other diagnostics to try to figure out if something seems off?
Yeah, well, that's a great question for me because I used to write in my books, I used to put these cards are, 3.5 by 2.5. But, and it's not usually those cards, but it's usually other smaller issues. Well, there is some variance in sizing and what have you. And we get into that and you start giving that to somebody, you're giving the I guess the crooks a way out of maybe trying to trim the card down, that they can have that tolerance to use that. So I stopped putting that notation within my books. So going forward, I just wanted to, and we can always talk about the 51 Parkers. Like those are tough because a lot were over cut. They weren't cut evenly. They was on a hand guillotine, and the sliding that would make them extra big sometimes, or sometimes even a little small. We haven't really figured out the actual sizes of the 51, unless you find one in a pack. But it quite a bit. So that left a little bit out there for people to play with. And going forward, I think the hobby is better informed by people sharing information. That tolerance that's there. Another one of my mentors, he said, when you get a card, it's a vintage card for the most part. He says, just close your eyes, run your finger down the edge. Take a similar card of the same year, run your finger down the edge. He goes, you will feel the difference in 1 second if a card has been trimmed, because they can't replace that sort of almost a pebbly feeling across your finger on the edge of the card. So if you are suspect, that is one of the key things that a mentor told me that actually has paid dividends in the last 25 years. So.
No, for sure. That's why I wanted to kind of get your context and your feedback on that piece. But that's an important distinction, and that's something that you acquire with experience, with knowledge, with people passing that on to you. That's really important. Very good. But even if we get to go quote unquote more modern cards, I'll speak to something that I experienced. We make jokes about the old Pro Set cards, and they're worthy of jokes, and they were worthy of
People
jokes.
are trimming those?
No, but here's the thing. I opened up packs of those back in the day and then later on, and I found gigantic variances in the cut of the card out of the pack. Literally, you would hold the cards in the pack, and some of the cards would be short inside the pack. I was like, no one is messing with these packs. These packs are legit. But the problem is, like, ProSet did such a crummy job with cut. This is 1990. They did such a crummy job cutting that out of the pack, if you tried to say this is trimmed, you could make the case, but it's not. It came out of the pack this way. This is what they did.
24/7, they were running stuff through. They didn't care. It was just.
That's a manufacturing issue, though. Yeah. And the thing is that, like, unless you experienced it, unless you actually opened a pack of the cards and saw for yourself that is like, oh, that's why tolerances exist. Because you almost have to take into account, like, actually, it came straight out of the pack this way. So if you send in that card out of it, you're like, oh, that's trimmed. It's like, actually, it's not. It came straight out of the pack that way. Exactly the way it came out of the pack. That's legit.
There is some 50s Parkers. I forget which they are, what year it is exactly right now. I can't recall. The backs are kind of orange back opposed to just a regular standard back, but they're all a little shorter. Every time you send it in PSA, it comes back, altered. Yeah. But I think they were cut in Quebec, or that's what I'm thinking, because I think there was an issue that they did out there. I'm not too sure, but it does happen. If you have a different place cutting them, you're going to end up with a problem.
No, for sure. And I think the only reason that I bring a lot of these pieces up is that it's important to have that nuance. And you will acquire that by experience. You will acquire that. That's the reason why I say, like, if somebody just presented that to me blindly, even though, like, I started collecting in 1991, I saw those cards, I saw those packs. You take it with a grain of salt, but it's like I opened packs of it and experienced it myself. I can speak to it from personal experience, seeing the variation inside of the very packs themselves, and go, okay, well, and that came out of a sealed box. It's a sealed box, sealed pack, sealed everything. A set that has no one cares enough to mess around with 90 Pro set. No one cares.
Those people working in the factories doing that, they're minimum wage.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a gum company, or it's just a printing company back then. They're making $2-3 an hour. Why would they care that much about quality control?
Correct. But then when you experience that, then all of a sudden the idea of manufacturing tolerances becomes a lot more viable to you. It becomes like, okay, well, yeah, okay, I experienced this firsthand from a modern-ish product, junk wax era product. Well, then go back to the 50s, go back to the 40s, go back to the olden days, and somebody is just like, hey, I got a job here to do. Let's just get this stuff cut. Let's get it into the packs, whatever. Let's go.
So we can always go to the question that why did O-Pee-Chee in their vintage cards, why is there so many diamond cuts? That's because, the settings on the machine, the tolerances weren't done properly. And why is the centering off on the back and more on the front on all the same cards? Is because the tolerances weren't, or the printer didn't set up. So there's a lot of steps along the way that can, issues can happen, and you can't control that.
Fair enough. I agree. But I think that's something that is missing from a lot of the current discussion. A lot of folks don't have that background and context, and that's okay. That's not their fault. But then when we go back to this discussion later, it's like, oh, well, why aren't you upset about this? Because I understand there are nuances to this. And even in that, again, the 2019, the part that made fun for me, the 2019 footage, the reason why I got such a kick out of it is that I didn't have to alter it. I didn't have to add to it. I just let into it, hit play, cut off a couple of pieces in order to, make it truncate the time a little bit. But outside of that, I just let it run. I just let it play. I stand behind almost everything I said back then. It's like, I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm very happy with the.
You did say it yourself.
It's like, I'm very happy with it. I'm good. I stand by what I said. That guy knows what he's talking about. And it's like, and he's younger and probably 20 pounds lighter. So you know what? Listen to that guy. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, nothing's changed. The situation hasn't changed. The circumstances haven't changed. And I think one of the things that I did say on there, though, is I said it should not prevent someone from enjoying the hobby itself. Look, and Paul, help me out with this. We're at the point where Neo Cards and Comics is telling us to have fun. Like, what kind of a weird world are we in right now? Like, this is bizarre.
Are you kidding?
This is bizarre world right now.
Mr. Monotone telling you to have fun?
Wow.
I know that fist fight might not have to happen. I know.
No, you gotta on principle. You gotta have it either way. But the thing is that
I said that with affection.
But the thing is that I've never stopped having fun in the hobby. I still have fun now. It was fun for me reading comments because they're like, well, the hobby was fun until money was in it. I mean, it was fun until the mid-70s. Whoever commented on that, by the way, you're not old enough.
That's right.
One of the great joys of my life is reading a comment like that. It's like, well, it was fun until money got into it. It's like full-time dealers started in the mid-70s. In order for you to be somebody who's going to try to play this card on me, just so we're clear, we're all on the same page. In order for you to try to play this card on me, you have to be someone who would have been 6, 7, 8 years old when full-time dealers came into parlance. That means you would have been born no later than 67-ish, thereabouts. So it means you got to be in your 60s. Yeah, but you got to be in your 60s. You got to be in your 60s, 70s. You got to be basically my dad's age to start even trying to play that game into it. And you got a little bit of leeway in there. but within reason, it's like, I'm sorry. No, because I was born in 83, and by that point, full-time dealers were almost a decade in. It was already baked in. Like, the game was over. Price guides were already in effect. Like, we're done. It's over. We acknowledge price points. We acknowledge that there is a profit, element of this. Full-time dealers aren't doing it for charity. They're doing it for profit. Their job is to make money. So we're done. If that's your argument. So, well, unfortunately, every day that goes by, we get less and less people who are alive before that came in. And if we're really being fair about this, there were price guides in the 30s where people acknowledged that the T206 Honus Wagner had more value than some of the other ones. So we already had that. So maybe no one alive remembers before there was a financial incentive.
That was Chris Benjamin with the ACC. So
that's right.
That's right. Our catalog. He was pricing things at 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents.
That's right.
So there was that there.
There was at least an acknowledgement that there was a pecking order. There was a differentiator between some of those items. So there was a financial discussion at least being had.
Well, remember, he's the father of sports cards. He really created all that. So to him, there would be more value in obviously cards that are harder to find.
Correct.
And that just, desire always drives money too. So
yeah, no, for sure. 100%. The only point that I'm making with this is just the statement that a lot of folks talk about money ruining XYZ. And it's like, well, then you're late. But I don't have to see the person on the other side of the comment to know you're not old enough to be able to play this card. This is not your card to play. But I literally saw a comment. This is no joke. I saw a comment go, the heyday was in the late 80s and early 90s when people didn't care about money. I'm like, what on earth are you talking about? That was the boom. That was the last boom period. That was the one where we got the overproduction because money was being made hand over fist. What on earth? That's the 100 block cards of rookies. That's the Greg Jeffries 88 Donruss. What are you talking about?
The main time when dealers really took over from just the avid kid buying packs of cards and for the gum. So right around that time period. That's my opinion. So, but money went crazy. But I mean, the recent money with the boom that we had in 2000, the pandemic there, we're talking car and house money. Where before it was fix your car, maybe.
Yeah, it was. Look, we're talking about level of magnitude. We're talking about level of magnitude. But in that period, in 1987, a Jose Canseco card selling for $20 or $30 is a lot of money relative to the price of packs. It's like, wait a minute, what are we talking about here? It's crazy talk. It's all on a relative scale. We have to because people weren't used to that. The mentality wasn't there. That seems madness. Like, what is that? What are we talking about? And then there you go. And we got to keep adjusting for it consistently. Today, our numbers get bigger. We add another zero. We add another zero. We add another zero. We keep expanding it by this gigantic thing.
But now it's receding a little bit. So we're coming back to earth a bit.
A little bit. Relatively, yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you a quick funny story about what you just said about the cost of things. So, 88, I started collecting, and I had my paper route money, and I'm at the card shop, and they have the 1968 Topps Boston Bruins team set, including the Orr, Esposito, Sanderson, Cheevers. Okay, I paid $21 for it, and I had to get the okay from the owner of the store that he would take the cards back and give me my money back if I went home and my parents were upset that I spent that much money.
Wow.
Because $21 on cards was a lot of money. So I had to go home and sit down with my parents and say, okay, please don't be mad. I spent this much money on these cards. And thankfully,
ironically, in 2023, you still have the same discussion with Kathy. Don't be mad. I spent this much on cards. It's been a very strange path.
I need an increase in my allowance. Yeah.
It's very strange. Very strange.
This is all true.
Pan Am today. Pan Am.
Mm-hmm. This is all very true. And I hope she's not watching anymore because I didn't okay that Gordie Howe card with her. And hopefully she didn't see it.
Wow.
It's got a stain on it.
So real quick, I want to acknowledge Dom's to comment here. Nostalgia is a huge drug, Carlos. People always overlook things in the past and criticize now. That's the reason why I take great joy, and Bobby knows this. There's a reason I take great joy in like putting this back in people's faces. And just being like, I am going to remind you repeatedly that you criticize the same thing you were okay with over here. I don't care. At the end of the day, I'm very consistent. The reason why I can defer to 2019 Carlos is I'm very consistent on this point. In 2026, I look forward to replaying 2023 Carlos referencing 2019 Carlos. It's going to be fantastic. And it's going to stay the same because I have no weird illusions about this. I'm still having a good time. I'm enjoying myself. As a matter of fact, I might be enjoying myself more so than any other time ever. For different reasons, but I'm enjoying it.
I understand. Yeah.
If you're afraid of risk, this probably isn't the best hobby for you.
No.
Now I'm going to present this one here. This
Please,
is a 65 Philly Paul Warfield. It's one of them that you need for the All Hall of Famers set. Now, I bought this card raw.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I sent it in, and it came back as being min-sized. Okay. Do I think the seller knew? Probably not. He might have, but maybe not. I still like this because I know it's at least authentic.
Yep.
And it's for the PC. But, if I send this in and it gets an 8, that's the risk that I had. If I send it in and it's fake or min size, that's also the risk I took. I mean, I'm fine with it, because it's for the PC, but there's going to be risk in some of this. There's going to be risk if they slab it up and it looks a little small inside the label. There's going to be a hell of a lot of risk in this hobby. I've purchased things that were trimmed and didn't notice it when I bought them. But you know what? I screwed the dealer over on the other half of the transaction, so this is now free.
All right.
There's going to be risk in the hobby. There just is. Get used to it.
I think though to your point is that a lot of the folks that have been playing in the game long enough, they will play the risk into the calculation of whatever they offer. They will understand that there is a risk element to it. So I'll use an example. When I was building my 60 Parkhurst hockey set, I built the set. I'm very happy with the set. It's gone very well for me. It was I finished the set some time ago now, and it's a nice condition set. All things considered, I found a nice level that I was happy with. Cost, condition, all those pieces. A large chunk of the cards I bought were from the Batter's Box that is out of Texas. They do a lot of vintage cards. They do a lot of stuff. And I got a large chunk. And a lot of the star cards and stuff I picked up from them as well. And I sent in a bunch of them to get graded. And I've got a bunch that have been graded. And some of them are not. And I've got the binder where the rest of the ones that are not graded. But a lot of the stars are graded. And most of them came back right around what I would expect them to. I paid the appropriate price for the appropriate grade. All that good stuff. I got back 2 or 3 cards out of the entire set. That's about 60-ish cards. I think it's 61 cards, if memory serves me. So out of that, the entire run, a good chunk of them were purchased from this dealer. I bought dozens and dozens and dozens of cards. Good. Sent some in for grading, whatever. I think 2 of them came back min grade. Because min size, sorry.
Min size.
Because of the cut. Still nice looking cards.
Set is min grade.
yeah. No, but min size. But the thing is that they came in because of the edges and whatever. And I go look at them and go, yeah, okay, I can see what you're saying, probably. Now, could I send it in and try again? Sure. Is there a possibility that they're just that they're cut kind of that way? Yeah, it could be. It could very well be. But I bought dozens and dozens of cards. And the point that I made in that 2019 video, the reason why I referenced it at that time is I talked about contagion. I gave an example with the financial crisis and contagion. And I said, okay, so what do you do with dealers where you go and you buy stuff from them and you've been buying stuff for a while? Like I've actually been buying stuff in the Batter's Box for years, different sets and different series. I've sent in bunches of cards in them and most of them have been fine. As a matter of fact, I can count on one hand the number of ones that have presented any issue whatsoever, but it happens. So as a dealer who takes in collections and takes in tons of cards, and I've bought tons of cards from them, So does that mean that they're a crooked dealer because because a couple of their cards came back min size? Or is it a reality of doing business that they're probably going to find? And by the way, it's open to interpretation. What if I send it to SGC and SGC says it's fine?
Yeah.
Does that mean PSA was wrong? Does that mean SGC is right? Or does that mean SGC screwed up and PSA got it right? Or does that mean they're both wrong for different reasons? Like, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm merely posing it as a question. The problem is it's open to interpretation. We talked about a moment ago about tolerances. You could look at the same set and say, like, well, this is the size that it's supposed to be, but realistically, it could be a little bigger, it could be a little smaller, it could be, oh, but when you look at it in the holder, it doesn't look right. It's like, but it could fall within a certain tolerance of it. It might be right. It might have come out of the pack that way. I don't know.
I do think that this whole discussion's been sponsored by what you like, not what you think you can make money on. If you like
by Eric's like button.
Now Neo's gonna fight you. He's gonna fight you.
That too.
So hard.
But I buy this because I like it, not because I'm looking.
You're saying
to make money
you're talking
from
about likes, Paul. You're talking about likes. You know what's great about likes? Likes are wonderful. Likes make money.
Like I said earlier, I'm more than happy to do it. I hope everyone loves the show, and I'll work an extra couple of hours to make sure that we can continue to afford these.
Paul, I want the Leafs somehow to advance one more round because I want to drag this out.
Oh yeah,
I think this would be phenomenal. I want to see Leafs fan Eric for another round.
And I see that my good dear hobby friend named Cardinal is in the chat again, and he's typing away. Hope he's having a great night. Always happy to see him. Such a great guy. No, whoever said that? That's ridiculous. He's one of the
timestamp.
He's one of
this entire show is a timestamp, Bobby. This entire show is a timestamp.
Most genuine, generous people on God's green earth.
All right, real quick. I'll leave this open ended. I have no picks of the Kentucky Derby. I don't follow horse racing. Anybody got a pick up for Kentucky Derby?
No.
Anyone? No?
Whoever I got 5 on at the office, that's my pick. I don't even know the horse's name.
Perfect. No charge for minimum size requirement card. Just send it back to PSA for a few months and try again. Fair enough. Now you're talking Bobby. There you go. Have all the important 60 partners. Jim Morrison, the last card second. Great signer. There you go. Perfect. Name is the president of the Eric is the best club.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yep. That's right. Perfect. Love it. I think men's size should be graded if there's no evidence of trimming. I can see the argument for it. I think that's reasonable. Again, each company has to do its own thing. I would like to see at least considered. I think that's reasonable. If you want to send it back to me and tell me, I actually would like it encapsulated. If I asked for it to be encapsulated, I want it to be encapsulated. And I given credit where it's due. I think SGC has done a good job on this, where a lot of times if there is an alteration of some kind, they will include it on the label, which is good. What's funny about this, and Paul, you know this better than anybody else. I literally do a thing with PSA Canada. They're not under collector's umbrella, but they're a bulk submitter who does a lot of business with PSA. But on that show, we do something very strange. We'll acknowledge other third-party graders who do a good job. We give them some credit. It's like, no, this is a good idea. They should do this. We agree that this is a good idea. So if everybody did that, I think that's a better thing. Because then at least you get a little bit of information. You say, oh, there's some alteration. Okay, what is it? Recoloring, trimmed edge. What do you think it is? Give me something to go off of. Don't just say altered. Hey, give me something. That's better. Authentic, altered, trimmed. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Now, at least I've got something to go off of. Recolored. Fine. Give me that. Anything. Information. It's good.
I like the concept of the grader's notes. Some are more obvious than others, like when you're missing half the matchbook, or when you have a Boston item that's older than what anything Eric has, probably.
There you go.
Some of the alterations are more obvious than others because if they were the full size, they would be much larger.
There you go. I like it. I like Bob Jackson's question. Is this an example of the Mandela effect? I thought Eric was a Bruins fan. This might be an alternate reality.
It's more of a butterfly effect, anyways. But
Bob is such a silly guy. He's always making these crazy jokes and always teasing me and stuff. I just love it. Oh man, thanks Bob for being here every week and being in the chat and you're just fantastic.
Eric is such an appreciative and friendly fellow.
It's amazing.
Isn't it interesting how this works, Paul?
Boston hasn't choked like this since DeSalvo was running around.
I guess so. Boston's not doing too well, but thank God we have the Leafs and they're in the second round and we're going all the way to the Cup this year.
Well, the best part about all this is that
we've
already established tonight that I'm willing to go 4 or 5 years back to pull footage.
Whoa.
Months is not that big a deal. It's not.
I have a little something to what we were talking about. A little germane to what we were saying is that, Dave, he just finished his C57 set.
Okay.
And he has them all in threes. He has a couple 4s and 5s, but I mean, across the board, they're all in threes, except the George Vezina is a 2. Now, for 5 years, Dave would send me, he goes, Bobby, what do you think? Because the C57s, they don't come up very often. For a rare set of cards from the 1910s, that card set is probably the nicest and the hardest to find, yet it doesn't get the respect I think it might get in the future any which way.
Well, Bobby, so all I got to do is go over to Brad's quilt with a pair of scissors.
That's it.
And I can get it. It's in the quilt.
It's somewhere there.
Yeah.
So he would send me, he goes, Bobby, what do you think of this 3? And I go, really? That's a 3, and he would send me 3s and I think there was 1 4. And I said, Dave, that's not good. Then we came across a 2, the most recent one, I think was about 6 months ago. And I said, now that's a 3. It was such a nice 2. It should have been a 3. So sometimes it's not always like the other ones I was seeing. I said, there's paper loss. How can it be a 3 as paper loss? Very small, but regardless on the front. And I was saying, I don't know how these cards are getting that great. And then this 2 comes up and it's like, I said, that's your card. And I said, you should be happy with that card representing. And he was very happy purchasing it. It was a little bit lower than he would have to pay for a 3. But even still, it was better than every 3 that I've seen. And there's not been many, I think, but 4 or 5. So it just goes to show you, it's not always in what the holder says. It's actually what the card look is.
It's eye appeal. Eye appeal is the key piece you're referring to there. And the thing is, so, okay, let's talk about this because this will play perfect. It'll play perfect for Eric. Paul can play into this and it'll play perfect for you, Bobby. With vintage, we know that eye appeal is the thing. Like you can make a lot of things work. Technical grade is nice, but it isn't as important a lot of times as eye appeal. You can get a lot of fantastic cards that have tremendous eye appeal that are lower technical grade, which then in turn allows you to seek out a better value. Because vintage guys, for the most part, do appreciate proper eye appeal. You can do very well with that. This plays against the whole trimming narrative, this whole piece. Because again, qualifier, trimming is bad. I feel like you almost have to lead with that just so that people get this through their thick skulls. It's like trimming is bad. Misrepresenting the actual condition of the card and doing something to it without representing it and without disclosing it, that is also bad. Paul, have I met my requirements now? I feel like I've met my requirements. It's
mostly. The other thing you missed is that folks prefer things that are original and unaltered.
Yeah. Alterations are bad. Unaltered is better. Alteration is bad.
The same reason we don't like reprints in the hobby. I mean, technically it's the same image on cardboard most of the time, but people want the original form that it was when it was manufactured.
Yes.
As a general, unless you have to hand cut the item, like this Jimi Hendrix rookie. If you have to cut him out, or like the Muhammad Ali rookie.
Hold on, I got you.
Like
knowledge.
Yeah, if you have to cut them out yourself, that's one thing. If you do not, then original and unaltered are what you're looking for. But other than that, you covered the bases.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we had that baseline covered, because there's always somebody who's like, oh, here.
I think it's harder.
Fried is bad, trimming is frowned upon.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's harder for graders to grade a 3 and below than it is a 7 and above. That's my real true opinion.
Sure.
Because once you get up to the lesser flaws, it's easier to go up. When you get into multiple flaws below 4 or 3, that's tough, especially for pre-war.
Mhm.
And I think that's where David fell into the right grade for his set.
Mhm.
You know, he had the money for the 3. He just, the 2 was better, and he's actually happy with it.
No, for sure.
So,
The reason why I wanted to make sure we had that qualification is because for some people, they needed like laid out, they need to be bludgeoned with it in order to be happy. So it's like, all right, there you go. I bludgeoned with you with it. Okay. With that said, most collectors aren't affected by this entirely. Part of the reason I don't care is because for most collectors, even in the vintage realm, most people that are collecting things in modest grades, the financial incentive is not there to the same level to mess about with a lot of these cards. That isn't to say, again, qualifier, that isn't to say that no one would ever alter a 2 or a 3 card. Again, at a high end, if you got a T206 Ty Cobb in a Ty Cobb back and there's some incentive for you to knock it up a couple of grades, that could be still significant. That could be still huge for you.
huge. Yeah.
But
Well,
for
those
a
are
lot
overcut,
of
aren't they? Aren't they
What's
going
that?
to be overcut too?
there are so few that it's hard to say, Bobby. The problem with the reason I use the T206 Ty Cobb
I
back.
meant the T206 in general, not the Type.
Oh, okay. So the T206 in general, it can be for sure. But the T206 Ty Cobb with a Ty Cobb back, I'm using that specific example because
Gotcha.
that's so rare it doesn't matter. Just leave it alone. It's rare on its own. Just it's rare. I don't care what. Just leave it. Leave
If
it
you
the way
trim
it is.
it might not even go for any more money.
Yeah,
It's
like
so rare.
it's not going to make you more money that way.
Yeah.
So a super premium rarity, why bother? A super common but still vintage card, why bother? A card that is already on the lower end of the grading scale, it can still be a very nice looking card. But we're not talking about something that's like a set registry, somebody wants to pay a premium for it in a high grade. When you get into those higher grades, even in the 50s, which are in abundance, 50s tops cards are in abundance. There's plenty of them out there. But if you're saying it's a PSA 8, PSA 9, PSA 10, you should naturally be suspicious. That's a tougher grade to come by. Even out of the pack in 1950s, a lot of them don't warrant that grade. So it's like, aren't you kind of buying into what you would be worried about anyway? But at the same time, you go a 1959 common that's like a 3 or a 4. Could it be altered? Sure. Paul, what's the percentage likelihood that a 1959 tops common is in a 3 or a 4 has been altered?
Yeah, not very high. It's
You're
more
probably
of
okay.
It's more of the 5, 6s, and 7s that somebody gets their hands on. That
I'm
they
being
go,
very picky about the grades I'm choosing, Paul. The reason why I'm
Yeah.
selecting those numbers that I'm picking is that, okay, let's say you just want to put together a set in a nice 3 or 4, pick some nice IPO pieces. You're probably okay.
Yeah.
You're
I
probably
think
okay.
the ones you should, if I were a trimmer, which again, the Tiger Woods I trimmed myself to get the extra like loop off the top. I'm the trimmer here, but I think the ones I'd be looking for are like 5, 6s, and 7s that you think, hey, maybe if I trim this just a hair and it's a little bit large, those are the ones I'd be looking for. But I mean, the budget I have is for ones that have pinholes in them. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, I look for stuff that you can't find anyways. And that's the stuff I look for. Like Bronco Nagurski's actual rookie card, because it's not 35.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Where's Victor?
Exactly, for sure. The reason why, though, I'm being very picky and very selective in what I'm saying is that there are plenty of collectors who could live their entire life being completely unaware of this and will still be largely unimpacted from it one way or the other, no matter what happens. That's the point. The point is that, now, I'm not saying live in ignorance per se. If you have the access to the information, I think the information is good. That's why the angle that I took in the last video was, please allow me to provide you links and information if you would like to go down the rabbit hole of learning more, but just also understand the majority of you aren't affected by this. It's both. Both things can be true. It's bad. It's not a good thing. But the rest of us can move on with our lives. I just find it very entertaining over the course of time. Like, for better or worse, 33 years in this, I'm like, everything is supposed to ruin the hobby. I keep being told all the stuff that's ruined the hobby, but I've never enjoyed myself more. Like,
Exactly.
I was like, isn't that weird? Like, none of this shit seems to cause me any real consternation or mental health issues. It's like, no, I'm kind of just, the beat goes on.
Well, Paul said it right. We have to really respect the cards, be it whatever you want to collect, whatever grade it is. If it's rare, buy it and just be satisfied with what you get and not worry about, the risk and reward you were talking about, Paul. It's so true. But the reward always outweighs the risk. But the risk is always there when something obviously happens that's not supposed to happen, and that's where everybody makes the big blow up about. But all the rewards along the way, they're just taken for granted, I think.
If you're somebody who goes after a 5, 6, or 7, you crack it out, and you trim it. That's a risk that you're going to run with yourself and eventually with the FBI when they want you for for fraud over $10,000, and I don't know at what point that becomes a felony and you go to jail, but I mean, that's a risk that you run. I'm not going to say you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying if SGC says, oh, well, the card was from 1940 and the cut on this happened last week, that's a risk that you run. I'm not saying don't. That's up to you.
But
it's your money.
Do people go to jail for that though? Like,
well, here's what I'm
Master
saying.
Master went to jail for the shilling.
Yeah,
shilling, not for
yeah.
the.
No,
not for
I agree.
card.
No, I agree, Bobby. I agree.
That's
You're
a
right
pretty
though.
expensive card.
You're right though. Like, there is the majority of the stuff. Like, that's kind of the reason why I took that angle where I was able to. The reason I was able to pull that old footage is because not only did I agree with what I said back then, one of the things that I said back then was nothing will come of this. I'm paraphrasing, but effectively I said, it's like, okay, we'll talk about it. We'll have some hand wringing. We'll do all this stuff. We'll go through all the motions, and then we'll do what we do every time. Because this is important. Because the majority of people are not really that affected by it. It doesn't matter how much noise they make. The majority of people are just going about their business, and they will continue to go about their business, good, bad, or indifferent, the same way as they always have. Because I can be a vintage collector, and this doesn't impact me. Why? Because I'm buying from dealers I'm comfortable with. That's why I gave that example. I gave a tangible example. I've had cards come back, but it's like, I expect that with enough. But at the same time that I go and buy some more cards. I went and bought some more cards from him a little while ago. So I'm going to be getting those in. I'm going to be getting some more 53 Bowman color cards from that same dealer. Why? Because I bought from them over time and most of the stuff's fine. I take a look at it before I ship it out. You can see the pictures. Take a look at them. But I'm also not buying high grade examples. So I'm not expecting, oh man, razor sharp edges, perfect corners and whatever. It's like I'm being very picky about what I'm picking and choosing for my set. So it's like I keep chipping away at my set, keep building my set. And I'm satisfied with what it is. And playing to what Paul was saying earlier tonight, we already know for a fact that there are circumstances where they don't care. You can trim if you want. So here's an example. The old craft dinner cards. Who likes some craft dinner?
Oh.
Okay, well, if you want to grade that, either one of those cards there, you can buy this panel, just so we're clear, off the craft dinner box. You actually have to trim that.
Yep.
You don't have a choice. If you'd like to send it in for grading, you got to trim that. You have to do it. That's hand cut. You got to do the work.
Hand cut's always been an issue to me because when I do the measurements for hand cut, I measure it from dotted line to dotted line. Mm-hmm. And what I state is the measurement from these dotted lines. But then the measurements are all over the board and I see the grading companies, they're just taking whatever they think is fair. And I'm saying, well, if somebody has to cut it, then you should allow like a millimeter on each side.
You pretty much have
if it's
to.
to be a full card. Otherwise, it's, a hand cut it fits that gray area. It's really kind of a weird thing.
But there are 2 cards on that panel. There's
Oh
the
yeah,
Ronick and the
well,
Medina.
people leave them in double panels for the most
No, for
part.
sure.
Yeah.
And you can do that as well. But the point is that you have the options. You have options. But like, if you cut
I keep
that,
the box. I keep it as a box and just have it like that. I think I like that original stuff.
yeah.
And I got another little story about something similar to that.
Go ahead.
About 6-7 years ago, I saw a 65 box at a let's say a large auction house's table, and I said, if you want, I can fix that up. It was missing a little bit on the top there, and what I do is I take the inside flap. So I'm keeping the box original, and I'll take it and I'll design and cut around it and tape it back so it'll have the original color. Because the inside flaps, you won't see it once I preserve it and shrink wrap it and what have you. And what they did said, no, we have a guy. And I said, okay, fine. So what happened? It came back, and whoever did it, they sort of repainted it. I went, oh my God. And that box was a 65 Topps hockey box. And that box should have went for $5,000. It went for about $2,200. And that's what happened when people play with stuff. If they would have let me fix it, it would have been like beautiful and probably would have got $4,000 or something. But when people want to play and they think you can't repaint, you can't, that's like touching a card up. It's actually sacrilegious, although it's different in the in the collectible side of the hobby. But people will do what they do and they think that it's better. And I think they ruined the box by doing the paint job, and it looked painted. I went, what the hell did you guys do? Sad.
It's
original.
funny depending on what the topic is when it comes to restoration, because if a beautiful Monet is faded, it's okay to restore it, and that's accepted, and people will still pay millions of dollars for it. But if you restore a hockey card, it's sacrilege and the card's worthless now. It's just funny how it's the same thing, but it's seen different and in the different worlds.
Show me the Monet.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't have a huge issue with, I don't want to say anything that Evan Mathis said, but I mean, he was very informed for that interview. And I mean, I own cards that are altered. This was disclosed as being altered. I bought it. I liked it. It looks nice. But I mean, I think the hobby should inform themselves first before they trust somebody else. I'm not saying that PSA shouldn't exist or SGC or anything like that. That's fine, but you can't just blindly fall in to something like
fair.
this. Like
I would kind of take also the other angle to it. If we take the extreme on the other side of this discussion, the people that are like, because I enjoy, one of the great joys of my time is to sit there and go through the comments section and sift through them. The sage wisdom you see in the comment section. Let me tell you, the sage wisdom. My goodness, you scan through. It's like grading is a scam. This thing. I was like, okay, good, okay. So let's play the alternate reality. PSA doesn't exist. SGC doesn't exist. Back doesn't exist. Eric, calm down.
Back to 1989.
Yeah, we go all the way back.
Eric's buying his first cards.
Let's pretend for a moment they don't exist. You think that alterations on cards suddenly go away? You think that suddenly no. Now it's your job to figure out if it's altered. Now you but the dealer says it's fine. It's literally got like this diagonal cut over the edge. Like, what the hell is this thing? It's like, yeah, that's how it came out of the pack. It's fine.
I can tell you what happened prior to that. Is that you would go with a card. It didn't matter if it was off center. The card was the card. If it was trimmed right down, you could see. But if it was slightly trimmed, you would go to a dealer and ask the dealer, hey, because he knows his stuff. He'd say, is this trimmed? he'd say yes or no, and that's what would happen back prior to the grading companies, and seen it go on all the time. And when the grading companies came in, it was finally a third party to settle the battle between the buyer and the seller, and it was a welcome thing at that time, and it's actually stood the test of time pretty good. So for the most part, it's been a good thing going forward.
Yeah. Now, the reason why, and unfortunately, the second of the two videos, so I pulled two videos from 2019. The first one was the bulk of it. My outro was actually my second video. That was my more festive. It was more festive shirt on the two. If you check the ending of it, that one was from the summer when it was already hot. I had the fan going. I could actually hear in the audio the fan going because you could hear it. But anyway, so I was doing that video in the outro, and I was talking about in that video as well. I talked about the idea of you've got this third-party grading and you can do whatever you want with it, good, bad, or indifferent. It's your call how you feel about it. But when we remove it, I did a comparison to the numismatic to the coin thing because coins had been doing it for longer. That's why I gave the comparison. Like, they've actually been doing it for longer. Why did it exist? Because there were dealers who were messing around with the coins and doing all kinds of alterations on them. And prior to the third-party authentication, because it started off as third-party authentication, not third-party grading. First it was authentication. It was making sure that it wasn't altered. It was making sure that it hadn't been messed with. And then became third-party grading when they realized there's more money in that. There's more money in grading than there is in authenticating. But the thing is that third-party authentication came into being because people messed about and did things. Why? Because there's money to be made. So the idea that, we'll get rid of the grading companies. Cool, great. Then the forgers can go on with impunity. Most of y'all can't figure it out anyway. So why would they not trim and alter more?
Well,
just go nuts.
That's why they put ridges on gold coins, is because people were taking little pieces around the edge, and that's why they started putting the edges on the coins themselves. That goes way back, hundreds of years.
But that's the point, Bobby. The point isn't that none of this is new.
Nope.
It goes back. Well, coin authentication started in the mid 1970s. PSA was 1991.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I point to coins is that they're almost 15 years ahead. If you want to see the curve, they're already 15 years ahead of that curve. They've already been on that track longer than cards have been. That was well back then. And before that, people made up their own grading system. Oh yeah, this one is this condition. Well, and the same thing happened in cards. If you were buying cards in the 70s and in the 60s, again, you'd have to be a certain age in order for that to apply to you. Oh yeah, it's near mint. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? Like there's no standard, so we're all making it up. It's like, yeah, near mint. It's like folded in half. Each half is near mint? Question mark?
I think the next 10 years will dwarf in grading the last 30 years grading's been around. I think the technology that we have going forward will definitely help a lot of things.
It can definitely help. It's certainly a possibility. But I think I'll put it this way as well. When we talk about technology, we can talk about our favorite coaster makers. Our favorite coaster makers. My personal favorite coaster makers.
You notice I didn't mention anything. I just was saying.
Since it's there, let's talk about our favorite coaster makers for a second.
Bankruptcy grading?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's gonna be the case.
But like
one day.
Just to be clear though, in the spirit of speaking of our elite coaster makers, any program or system that is devised whose job it is to do this, technical grading thing, any one of them that is devised is only as good as the individual who helps with the inputs, who helps develop the standards in that. The coaster maker in question has somebody there to do that job. Where did they work for 6 years? By their own admission, they advertise this. They worked at PSA. So if PSA is no good, that's the guy who set the standard. So the
There you
machine is being programmed with a standard that's flawed. If that's the problem, that guy went and tutored under that tree. CSG is the former Beckett lead grader. So if you got a problem with that, CSG is no good. Beckett's Beckett. Questions?
Can we even say Beckett?
Sure. PSA? All right. SGC. Owner is a trimmer guy. Okay, moving on. Paul, who we got left?
KSA,
Who's
we can't
left?
even go there. No.
We got Neo's kind of like HGA. We got that one. Is that one good?
Oh, HE. I forgot about that. Holy shit.
ISA,
Are they still
GM?
around?
Yeah, ISA is also with the trimmer guys. Like,
ASA.
Bobby,
No.
KSA. KSA?
How about Mint?
MNT.
ASA.
I don't really even. I've never seen a graded card by Mint.
I'm running out of third party graders.
CSG. You didn't.
ASA.
No, CSG has the former Beckett lead graders.
Oh yes, of course they still. That's right.
Yeah, so they got the Beckett lead graders, so that's no good. Can't do that one. We're out. Guys,
Paul,
we're out. It's done.
Paul.
I'm sorry. I tried. I did my best.
Stop talking about KSA, please.
Yeah.
No, not KSA. ASA.
Oh,
Yes.
that one.
There you
Yes, ASA.
All right, so
Oh,
real quick,
whatever.
I'll read a couple of these here. Anthony says, "Is Upperdeck ever getting back on sale?" Funny story that I listened to the Hockey Cards Gong Show, and they had one of the guys, one of the other product managers, and they said they're hoping to get back online, back on schedule by 2024.
That's a long way away.
So anyway, good luck. So I wanted to answer that question just to make sure. Good evening, name. Have a good night. I saw handcarrying rookies and recess card holder in the 1980s. Trimming happened a lot, no doubt. Everybody would have a rule in their pocket if we go back to 89. Yes. Coin clipping is the thing. Yes. Out of hanger and ASA grading. There you go. Perfect. I've done plenty of post-zero cards. It was good practice. There you go. Love it. Those gold coins were trimmed back in the day. Gold was $20 an ounce. $2,000 today. That's right. Tag to the moon. The lead grader and tag is a PSA guy. No bueno. Cinco de Mayo. No bueno. No bueno, amigos.
Did GAI ever formally dissolve or just
They're done.
informal?
They're very done. They're super done. They're done.
I want the bankruptcy paperwork, damn it.
It's so over. Here you go. All right, here we go. Here's one. Ziggy Arena Club. The only legit grader in the hobby. It's Arena Club. That's it. Jeter. TRM grading. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Bob. How did Beckett afford elite graders? They could barely afford the chuck and sip quota for Eric. Dang, Dom. Dang. Okay. I see where you're going with this. Need fourth party graders. Graders who grade graded cards in the slabs. Wasn't that what's his name? Friggin'
Baker.
Thank you, Mike Baker. That's right. We got that.
He was the guy who started
PSA.
GAI.
Well, PSA and then GA.
GAI. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go in order. PSA and then GA.
Yeah.
We got it. When is Leaf not getting bought? Paul, are you going to buy Leaf already? Get it over with.
I bought a Leaf card a couple weeks ago.
There you
I'm
go.
very happy with it.
Look, I got a Leaf card tonight. Bam.
Actually, I got one this week also.
Bam.
I got a Leaf item.
That's right. Hacker and Morris, facts. Tags the greatest Johnny Five. I wish it was Johnny Five. It might be more legit. GA is still on here with the side club. There you go, Aussie card dead. Fair enough. I'll give you that. All right.
That's
what
right.
do
I
you
got a
Paul?
Leaf item this week.
Oh, that's right. That's the auto. Who is that again?
Quinn Ewers, he'll probably be in the top 5 overall next year, and I think his autographs are cheap right now. So we're prospecting a little bit despite
All
my
right,
vintage.
Paul, I will acknowledge that. I will agree to it. But come on, man. We got Britt Baker and penalty before it. Come on, bro. Come on.
Despite being my celebrity crush, I think that the Leaf photos on that are awful, but that's just my opinion.
No love. Aussie card dad? Absolutely. No worries, man. No worries. Hope things are going well. But
welcome to the show. Happy to have you.
Absolutely, no doubt. But the key piece, though, like the main point that I'm trying to make here, like in all honesty, is that nobody and this was the point from the early discussion earlier tonight, is that let's not act like we don't understand that there isn't a bigger discussion being had, and also that if you want to try to purge the hobby, quote unquote, of everything, it's done. The whole thing is over because there's nothing you can do. Every single one of the tentacles go too far. It's too far into the foundation. Like there is no other spot for you. It's never been clean. Let me put it another way. It's never been clean. I use the analogy of this is the hobby's original sin. We never got past it. The moment there was a financial incentive, the game was over. So you're not putting that genie back in the bottle. It doesn't matter what you want to do. You can't bring it back because if you did, then all right, cool. Everybody's collection is worth nothing. You good?
I'm good.
Yeah. I don't really care, so I'm good. Eric has a lot of Leafs cards that he's very concerned about.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I think the rest of us are good. Paul, I don't know. Like, are your music cards going to be able to sustain, like, after your collection is worth nothing?
I think part of the reason that stuff became hot was because you started looking around at shows, eBay, PWCC, whatever it is, and you're like, wow, this is all the same shit. And there's a bunch of them that went, I want that
same shit
crap, that same shit, and that's fine. And then there are others who are sick and demented in the head, me being one of them. And you're like, hey, screw it. You know what? I want a Jimi Hendrix rookie. And how much are those? Oh, $40, $50? Hell yeah. Or I want a Led Zeppelin from Italy that you can't find anywhere at maybe not the National, but you start hitting up those 200-300 table regional shows and you can't find any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't find it there, you start looking around going, if nobody has this, I want it.
Yeah.
I want Victor to go into the non-sports category and find these rookies and go googly-eyed. Bobby,
his head would explode.
This would be literally one of the greatest things. It is the Don Quixote quest.
There's less trim cards in the non-sports era.
There are, because most of them, they're like, I don't even know what this is. It's like, I don't even know what this is.
And who said that's Jimi Hendrix rookie? Paul.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of them from 68. It's not the preferred one. The preferred one's the Panini one, but this is the Dutch gum one. And
well, it's the
anything from 68 is a rookie.
It's a Dutch rookie. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, but there's a bunch of them. Like Ryan and I have had this discussion. We'll have it next week, Saturday, down in Illinois. But what's a rookie card? Is it the solo card? Is it the first with everyone in the band? Is it the first one that you don't pull out? Actually, hold on. Is it the Led Zeppelin that you...
I want this conversation to be recorded.
Yes.
And be like 36 hours.
Do you want the Led Zeppelin that you grabbed from the bottom of an ice cream lid, or do you want the one that was actually pulled out of the packs? I'm not saying I have the answers. I just have the questions.
Bobby's very much in the ice cream lid category.
Yeah.
The rarer, the better.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I agree with you on it, but if there's also only like 5 of them, there's only 5 that can satisfy it, and the market's going to be small anyways. Like I have the only Lane Daily rookie that's in an SGC slab, and they're the only ones who grade them. Am I sitting here being like, oh, I need this much money for it? Well, no, I want that anyways.
We got to remember, Bobby is the patron saint of scarcity. So when we start playing into this game, now you two are kindred spirits on that side of the equation. So I would enjoy very much a conversation where you have a rare off, where you just be like, it's like, no, it's rare, but it's got to be the rare one. It's like, they're only 5. It's like more than that is for peasants.
Understand, mine is more for documentation before it comes for collection.
Yeah.
So the rarity, finding new information, it's the bane of my existence for the hobby.
Fair enough. No, fair
Owning
enough.
it, that's another thing.
Fair enough.
It's been fun talking with Ryan from Breakout about, hey, I found a new rookie for this artist or this celebrity or stuff like it. It's just it's at the heart of collecting. You get what you like because you want the item, not because you think you can flip it in the future or this, that, or the other thing. You buy something because you like it. And that's just the super fun aspect of non-sport.
There you go. That's fair. So is this little conversation you're gonna have? Is that gonna make it onto one of the videos that Ryan's gonna put out, or what's it gonna be? Or it's just you guys gonna sit there chilling?
I pick him up. He's going to the Illinois show, the Rockford show next week.
Okay.
I pick him up from the airport, an hour and a half from there. We talk the whole way down, shoot the shit. He kind of does his thing at the show. I kind of do mine. We shoot the shit all the way back. Like it's super fun. And like you discuss, hey, do you consider this a rookie or this one, or hey, I found one for this, or this one I found in the Australian set, and I can't find one that's sold in a year, 2 years, 5 years. Like, just being the only one who has some of this is just super fun.
Interesting.
And that's the fun part, is documenting it.
Yeah.
That's why I sent in that card that was, was a rare variation of the 70 sticker stamp cards, and it didn't have the TCG lettering on it. So I got it back from PSA. Thanks, Brad. And, I sent it in. I think it got a 3. It wasn't about the grade. It was about documenting it. And if we can go forward documenting this stuff, it just helps the hobby going forward. Then we can at least track it to some degree, or even know what it is and not be misled by some dealer going, yeah, it's the only one. It's like, no, there's more out there. Because, every dealer will tell you, oh, yeah, I've never seen another. Try to find another. How's that one? Try to find another. It's like, shut up. just give me the card or not. Like, or whatever.
But if you start looking at the non-sport stuff, find another one is a legitimate answer. Like, on the sport stuff, yeah, I get it. But
behind it, Paul, I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I get it. And I've been on both sides of the fence. It's like,
sure,
once I get the item, that's going to be my answer also. But you have to get it off the dealer first.
Well, I've seen a lot of people say to me, find another, and I'm saying, yeah, I've owned 7. And they go, yeah, right. Yeah. I'm going, whatever, dude.
No, I get you.
You got to do it for the gram. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. So Aussie Card Death says, in regards to card altering, is peeling refractor and mystery refractor considered altered now? No. Historically, there has been an acceptance of both versions. It's not really considered a different card. What's funny, I think it's a funny question. I talked about it with Jason Cards and Comics the last time we spoke about it, is that they will in the set registries and in the pop report, they'll count the peeled and unpeeled as 2 separate cards. Even though it's the same item, it's considered 2 separate cards because you do have the option. You can choose to peel it or you can choose not to peel it. But it was designed to be peeled in the first place.
Well, all stickers are.
Yeah. No, but in this case, it's the refractor specifically. It's not the sticker. It's the refractor. It's the little plastic peel in the front. Because they would literally say, peel this. And it was a refractor, but what happened is you'd have the little plastic, cover on the front, and you could literally just take that right off, and then there's your nice, clean, unmolested finish. And people down the road could choose. Now, all these years down the road, especially the 90s ones, you've had more than 20 years, and it's like, personally, a lot of the ones that I look at, it's like the surface is unmolested if you remove the peel. You actually get to see the surface completely clean the way it was meant to be seen. But there are some people who are like militant. They want the one with the peel still on and the whole thing. And it's like, if that's what you want, that's what you want. They do tend to get hampered down in condition usually, though, because a lot of times that peel will get scratched or something will happen with it or scuffed up. And you'll get downgraded, even though technically as soon as you take it off, it's nice and clean.
I took a peel off the other day, last week sometime. and it took most of the front of the card off. It was an upper deck acetate card, and it took a lot of the paint right off of it.
It
An
can.
expensive one, or was this an expensive item or just some 50-cent?
No, but it was
There,
you know,
50
it
cents
was a
for
nice card from the 90s. You know, an upper deck acetate card, and you know, I was like, hey, you know, because the corner of it was loose. You know that, so I'm like, oh, I'll just peel this whole thing off. So I just started peeling it, and it just took the whole front of the car right off.
Well, isn't that the problem going forward with a lot of the cards made in the 90s, that they're all sticking together in the packs? And
It's not without risk. Like, just to be
Yeah.
clear, when I'm talking about the thing with the peel, is it does not mean that you cannot still damage the card. There are a lot of the chromium ones where it's fine, it's perfectly okay, but there are other ones. No, you are still taking a little bit of a chance because it can do exactly what Eric said with some of those acetate ones and some of those
30 years later
And
too.
James nailed it. It was upper deck ice. So it's funny that he said it, because that's exactly what it was.
Yep, absolutely. So it's tricky. Like, there are times where it's fine, and there are times where it can create a bit of an issue. So let me touch on this one here from Korean Cardboard. Did you mention Ryan's Willie Mays purchase? I think I saw his most recent video. I forget which one you're referring to. Do you know which one he's talking about, Paul?
Wasn't that Steve's 51 maze? Not Ryan. If Ryan made one, I don't remember. But
Okay.
I mean, basically, long story short, I collect football. So when I see him on the vintage baseball side, I'm like, this sport sucks. I'm not. Okay, la la la. Oh, you're discussing.
Well, Bobby, like a lot of times we'll have fun on the Discord, and Paul starts talking about football. It's like, Paul, I don't know if you're really collecting football. Are you sure not all of those football players aren't non-sport? Are they like, you know, don't they like move furniture in the off season? Like, are you sure these guys actually played professional football, like in league?
Just
Are we sure?
Yeah, no, I get. I'm one of the very few who collects 1930s football, but you know that's okay because I collect what I like, not what others like, and that's just not very fun.
That's admirable and still incredibly enjoyable to mock. Like, it's yes, that guy. Why didn't you say so? That guy. That guy.
I collect Leaf cards. Here's a Bobby Bond auto. Here's a Dougie Gilmore auto. Here's a Dougie Gilmore jersey. Here's another
they play for the Bruins
jersey. Here's a Mike Gartner jersey.
His commitment to the bit is admirable, Paul. His commitment to the bit really is admirable.
True.
It's going to completely backfire on him, like, as soon as we start getting into the timestamps down the road here, but it is admirable.
Good, right, Johnny?
Yeah. So here it says, Korean Cardboard says, a hole punch in the lower corner is covered by the stick. Okay, so I want to say this is the 56 tops.
Yeah.
I want to say that was that one. I did see briefly about that.
Yeah, I thought the dealer was scummy on that, but he negotiated down for a bunch of stuff. So, I mean, I don't know what the price on all the vintage cards were to be like, all right, well, you saved $100 versus saving $250 by bundling it. Like, whatever. That's kind of the risk you take in that spot. But yeah, I thought the dealer should have maybe disclosed that, or I mean.
Well, look, we talked about this. This is the theme of the night.
Yeah.
We talked about you can sell almost anything on a card. It's fine as long as it's disclosed. As long as we're all having an honest conversation about it, and this goes, Bobby, this goes down into any category you want. A card can have some damage on it. A knick-knack can have something specific, maybe something missing or whatever. As long as you know what you're buying, they're selling it, you come to an agreement based on a full knowledge of what it is that's being purchased and sold, whatever the case may be. Now, obviously, you can know more stuff, but you're agreeing to it. The point is you understand enough about what you're buying. They're not misrepresenting what it is, and you're agreeing to purchase it. That's a legitimate sale. That's perfectly fine. Nobody's hiding anything from anybody, really.
Yeah.
Now, you might know a couple more things, and you could be like, I could tell you this, but I'm not going to. We agree to the price. That's fine. But that's because you know it. But if the dealer knows something condition-wise they're not disclosing to you, that's not fair. That's inappropriate.
Yeah. Did you see what the situation was?
Or no?
I saw vaguely. I saw that it had like a thing with a hole punch in it and a little bit about it.
Yeah, they put the pricing sticker over the hole punch. Like if he flipped it over, you could see it, but you're definitely in the gray area on it.
No, I think it's fair. I think though, if a card has a hole punch, you need to be clear about that.
Yeah,
a hole punch is damage. Hole punch is literally damage.
Yeah, they put the sticker clearly over the hole punch, and they priced it for way more than it should have been as a decent looking one.
Yeah, that's fraudulent because a hole punch damage is literally right there. It's an automatic 1/authentic. Like it immediately pushes it right down to that category. Like it's literally missing material. It's not even debatable.
The price tag stamp over that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
just like the price tag on it.
And
I think the price was $200, and they did a deal for $1,000 to $2,000. So how much got haggled down anyways? You can, it's open, but the dealer on that particular item, they screwed them over.
But isn't that, well, how did they not take the card out of the holder or what?
No, he didn't. He buys enough raw vintage where he just missed it. But it's not expensive enough where he'd be losing sleep over it.
Yeah,
but that's caveat emptor, right? Let's
buy it to a certain degree, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah,
I think one thing though that I think this is funny is that maybe Ryan's doing a few too many deals. It's like, come on, man, like you got to flip over. When you looked at the back of the card, didn't you see there was like, look, you can put the price tag on the front. You didn't put a price tag on the back too, did you? Like,
yeah, I saw it immediately, but I had a heads up it was gonna be there also. Like, that's the risk you take in the hobby.
And some people overprice their cards anyways. They think it's a rare card, and maybe it is a $200 card, but they still want $1,000 because they're whatever.
Yeah.
So that can happen. I know it happens a lot with a lot of dealers. They want the sky and the moon for everything, and so that can be justified over a sense of innocence, even at that point.
Fair.
Yeah.
Real quick, I've come to the conclusion that only a rich, pipe-smoking, robe-wearing man would buy an 1887 Allen Ginter John L. Sullivan PSA 5 for $2,500. The boxing hobby is done. That is oddly specific. Like impressively specific. I like that he's just come to this conclusion. A pipe-smoking, robe-wearing man. Bobby?
What's that?
He says he's come to the conclusion that only rich, pipe-smoking, robe-wearing man would buy this John L. Sullivan for $2,500. Bobby, are you buying John L. Sullivan car 1887 Allen & Ginter?
I don't think so.
All right, I'll take you at your word, sir. I'll take you at your word.
Not much in boxing robe wearing.
Well, listen, when he said pipe-smoking, robe-wearing, I can't completely discount it.
I've been looking at 1960 Hemmett's, Muhammad Ali's also.
Okay. So Korean cardboard here. So here, he said he sent me 2 images. So in reference to the Ryan thing. So let me quickly, I can actually show so we can see it for ourselves.
Yeah.
It'll help a little bit. Visual aids. Okay. So here's the front of the card, Bobby. And you can see on the front of the card, there's a $200 price sticker on it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So where that price sticker is located. Now, let's take a look at the back. There's the hole right over the price sticker. I'm like, it's in white on the back. Like, come on, you got to look at it. I'm sorry, like that's gigantic. That is literally a hole punch. It is a full-fledged hole punch. It's a hole. Ryan, young Ryan. Oh, young Ryan.
Young Ryan is the word.
We got to come on, dude. It's a whole full-fledged hole punch. Like, it's not even subtle. That's subtle like a sledgehammer to the face. Come on, we got to do better than that.
Yeah, you can't complain about that.
No, I don't think. I think the complaint is like minimal. I don't think it's like a full-fledged, oh my God, what is my life? But at the same time, it's like Ryan has written a little book there about the counterfeit thing. He goes out there and does a lot of videos. He buys a lot of cards, and it's like you can do enough diligence to see that one coming. Come on now.
I've also heard enough of the You wouldn't believe what I got this for, where my sympathy level goes from like here to way down here.
Yeah.
Oh, I picked up the 71 Barrett Jack Nicklaus in an SGC8 for like 1,000. I'm like, you son of a bitch. Like, I lost all sympathy for your Maze issue right there.
No, let's be fair about this. In the grand scheme of things, he can afford to make that mistake because in the grand scheme of things, in the aggregate, he's doing perfectly fine.
Yeah.
He's bought plenty of cards and been able to sell them and like do well in that sense, which is fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
And that's where his knowledge is power, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's one of those ones where it's like, come on. That isn't even a knowledge thing. That's just being observant.
Yeah.
You can see a hole in the damn back of the card. You adjust accordingly. You see a hole in it. I agree that the dealer should. I agree that the dealer should have stuck the price tag right at that spot. But it's like it's kind of funny. But he will recover from this financially.
Yes.
In the grand scheme of things.
Yes.
But it is still amusing. But it's like that was a little bit of your stupidity on that one. You gotta pay a little closer attention.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would want to film that.
Yeah, like I wouldn't acknowledge it. I wouldn't acknowledge it too much. There you go. Bruins 2023 pickleball champions. Love it.
Oh, that's Mark. He's up there in Nova Scotia and everything. He's such a funny guy. He's always teasing me and stuff, but what are you gonna do? He's
You say he's a crazy scamp.
He's
the only one who teases you.
He's just a crazy scamp. That's all. He's fantastic. Yeah.
Interesting. I will get so much joy, Paul, from turning this all on him when the time is right. I have so much material now.
I think it's hilarious. He thinks he's the only one who makes fun of him.
Oh, Eric right now is in full-fledged denial, and he's committed to the bit. He's very clearly committed to the bit for this evening. He's going with it. And that's why I want the Leafs to advance, because I want this to continue. I want him to have to like drag himself out and do it again.
The Leafs winning will be cannon fodder for days.
It'll be fantastic. I can't see anything that could possibly go wrong.
Uh-oh.
So Paul, let me pose this question to you right in your wheelhouse. You're Mr. I collect football in the sense of not swell fella. I'm a big not swell fella, collector there. But obviously you do like to play into a lot of the Hall of Famers, a lot of the football Hall of Famers, and a lot of the different categories in there. What's catching your eye these days? What are you trying to keep an eye out on when you go out and about?
More stuff that you can't find regardless of the grade you find it in.
Tom Brady being athletic, go on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right now it's probably a 33 Red Grange.
Red Grange
would be one of them.
All right.
I'm looking for right now, but just anything you can't find. Like one of the last big shows I went to, I found a 1950 Bred for Health Otto Graham. So it's a quasi rookie.
All right.
This one, and this will hit perfectly with our authentic altered or whatever the hell you want to call this thing, but the 97 precious metal gems that doesn't have a serial number.
Right. Yep.
Like, what's something worth? I mean, I know what they sell for without it. I'll gladly spend 10% ish.
There's a
and
number.
Get this.
We've had this discussion. There's a number where there's still some value to get the card in hand. You do have to adjust accordingly. Obviously, you do prefer like the pack pulled real example, but that doesn't mean that the backdoored ones don't have some value still. You're still getting a lot of the elements. And this became a big issue, Bobby, in the 90s when a lot of those companies went out of business because they still had leftover inventory of like replacement stock and things of that sort. So you had these cards that did have a proper stated print run, but they had more copies. So then what do? How do we acclimate to this? Because the real copies, quote unquote, have numbering on them, stamping, numbering, and it reflects what the print was supposed to be. And then we've got these backdoored copies, so to speak, which are the same technology, same printing effects, but they just were never received the serial number because they were never meant to be part of the print run. They were available as replacement stock. They were available as these other things, but they're run off the same line. They're legitimate in the sense that they came off the same printing press from the same company at the same time, but they were never meant for public consumption, aside from the fact that the company went out of business and had the stock still available.
Yeah. And because of the fact that they cut these out significantly after.
Yep.
These are, I mean, this is probably without it, maybe a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this thing looks pretty nice. Like, I would rather have this one than a beaten up 4 where it's got the serial number. Like, I just think that this is something that's an easier flip if I ever want to flip it. Because, again, I can look at the dealer and almost legitimately say, fine, find another one. I find those easier flips than stuff that sells every day because you just have so many other sellers.
Well, I think, look, Paul, in your travels, I've sent baubles already on this quest. Bobby, I'd like to solicit your assistance in this as well. I'm looking for the holiest of holy grails. The holiest of holy grails. And this is
the Sharknado complete set?
Maybe. Let settle down. That may not actually exist. But the holiest of holy grails that might be attainable. And Bobby, I might need your assistance with this, with your knowledge and contacts.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm looking for is a 2022-2023 Boston Bruins Stanley Cup champions shirt. I think we should get our hands on one of those because I think they're individuals who might appreciate it, like on levels. I think that's what we need to get our hands on before the Cambodian kids get them. Because right now as it stands, it might just right now they might be already on the boat. They might already be headed that way. We might have to talk to some people. Because I told Bobbles when he went to a gigantic garage sale. That's what he was out and about doing from his new studio. He was out in a gigantic garage sale. I was like, did you find 2022, 2023 Boston Bruins Stanley Cup champion shirt? And he goes, no. Damn.
Yeah.
The dream lives.
There's a lot of people around here that really thought it was going to be easy, but they're disappointed. But all I know is that my Toronto Maple Leafs are in the second round and going strong, and
they're going strong.
Hey, they got them right where they want them. 0-2.
I guess, right?
It's like they're lulling them into a false sense. Bobby, what you're not understanding is they're lulling them into a false sense of security.
That's what it is.
They're gonna come out lazy. They gotta come out lazy. We're gonna sweep the next 4 games.
I can't laugh that hard. The Devils are getting their ass whooped right now.
Yeah. Oh, are they?
It's okay, Paul. Right now we're bracing ourselves for the Jordan Love era. Are you ready psychologically for the Jordan Love era? Are we ready?
Oh.
Hey, Paul, did you see the 2 red Grange boxes on eBay a few months ago?
The 26s, or which ones?
Yeah.
Oh, the playbills. Yeah,
no,
I did.
The display boxes.
No, I didn't.
Oh, there was 2 color variations. I didn't know that. It's cool.
Oh, were these the 33 matchbooks ones?
No, they were no, not at all. They were the card ones. The card boxes.
Card boxes? What set was it from?
Yeah, the 30s somewhere. I don't know exactly because it's not my.
If it was.
Oh,
sorry. If it was the. Because he has 1926s from like the movie that he was in, and then he's got 1933 matchbooks that are. Some guy has a full complete one with the matches. That might be what you're referring to. I didn't
think it was the matches, but maybe I'm mistaken.
But I do have one without the matches, so I don't necessarily need to spend $800 on that. Although that's
these were about 3,000. So I can't remember what exactly the product was, but I did see the display boxes, and I seen 2 variations, and that was really cool. Because my friend Carl was looking at them and asked me about them, and I said, I don't know.
I'd have to know what year that. It's possible they were 1926 Spalding, where he was one of the few guys on the set.
No, it's Red Grange right on the outside of the box in a running motion.
All right.
So,
thanks. Nice.
Was it the Chickle Premiums one?
Maybe it was that.
I took second on that auction, and I was pissed. I wanted that.
Rarity rules.
Yeah, that was like the highest one ever, but it was BVG. But there's like 5 of them in slabs. So I'm like,
BVG, do we? No, we don't like BVG. They're bad. All right, you tell them. That's right.
Yeah, that's why you didn't get the.
I like how this episode,
Yeah.
Bobby, has been the slow mental descent of Eric.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's slow.
I've been very, very confused by some of the comments in the chat and things that you guys are saying. I don't understand what's happening. I feel like I'm the last one to know the secret in the room, but I'm just trying to have a nice time. I'm very excited about where my Toronto Maple Leafs are right now. And I'm just trying to have a nice night with some hockey talk and some card talk and some Maple Leafs talk. Go Leafs!
I keep waiting for him to slip up one time, Bobby. I keep waiting for him to slip up.
I just
know
want
he's
him.
doing it pretty good.
We got to do it for Bora. And of course, I was there for Bora Salming night. I was there with these eyes and saw Bora in his last appearance. And it was a very, very emotional evening, and that's what we're gonna do it for Bora, and we're gonna get it done.
Curious, was it the BVG thing or the PWCC thing that you didn't get the Kiss ones I showed you?
I wasn't gonna bring that nonsense into my home.
I was going to say, which one? Which nonsense?
You brought Kiss in your home plenty of times. Be more specific, sir.
I wasn't going to bring any BVDs.
Are you having a stroke right now?
Maybe.
Are you okay?
But I did get these recently, though.
Do you smell toast?
Talking about different collections and Kiss items and some coins earlier.
Oh, I thought for a second you had a blank top loaded. I was like, oh, a good Kiss album? Go on.
No, there's a Gene Simmons coin.
Paul, sometimes even I think I'm cruel, but then at the same time I remember that this gives me joy and pleasure. I continue forward.
There's certain music things I've got that I have no interest in myself, but I just know I can flip them to others. And some of the Kiss items they suck, but I know I can sell them to somebody.
Oh, could you imagine being so down in the it would look being like a Kiss fan and thinking they make good music would be like on par with being like a Boston Bruins fan. Could you imagine the misery, Paul? Imagine for a moment being a Boston Bruins fan and having to sit through something like, Bobby, should I one more time? Sit through something like this.
The NHL's all-time win record now belongs to these Boston Bruins. They win their 63rd game of the season.
A few moments later.
On him. Verhaeghe wins the series for Florida, and this joyride ends in a Hindenburg-like ending. The Bruins are the second record-setting team in a row to drop the series in the first round.
My favorite part was the $1 million man at the end because it just was like the perfect conclusion to the whole thing. Now, if someone was a Boston Bruins fan, that would really be devastating. That would be absolutely tragic. That whole sequence, and even the Hindenburg reference, like it's just terrible.
Yeah, the crash of the Hindenburg is almost like the Patriots heading from Brady to Mac to Jones.
Well, what's funny though is in one of those tweets,
going, and or like the Packers heading from Rodgers to Jordan Love.
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what that one plays out at. But look, all I'll put it this way isn't it kind of interesting though? Isn't it kind of funny that on the one tweet, another team that had like an amazing regular season record that ended up in disaster was the New England Patriots. That was like another Boston area. That was on the tweet. It was very sad.
Yeah, it seems as if these Boston teams are just trying to get maybe all four. So maybe the Celtics will blow something soon, and we'll get the third spot too. So
I like to think so. I for one am rooting. Not this year, obviously. It's too late now. I'd like to see the Boston Red Sox get to 162-0, and that like get swept in the first round. That'd be fantastic. I think I think the Red Sox doing that would be fantastic. Paul, that'd be like chef's kiss.
I absolutely despise baseball with everything in my soul, so I would like to see that also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a win for everybody.
And I will never forgive them for what they did to me in 1986 as a small child, and I would love to see them destroyed.
I feel that you should blame Mookie Wilson more, but fair enough. Like
No,
you do.
There's a long list of people I need to blame.
Carolina was originally the Hartford Whalers. Yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
That is a statement of fact. Yes.
Hey, did you know they found a new videotape just recently of the Hindenburg, another angle, and they're predicting how it really went down and what was the cause?
What are they going with now? What are they going with now?
Well, they're just saying because of the tailwind, because the back end was going back and forth. So they were trying to, so there was a leak for sure because they couldn't plane their, I forget what that word is, trying to till it back into a straight run, but it wasn't. It was kept going on an angle.
Yep.
And they were saying that it lost, they had a leak for sure because that's the only way it would have went that way. And it was a total another angle from the opposite view. So that was pretty cool. That's just recently been found in the last 6 months.
The humanity.
Yeah.
If you watch that thing all the way through, I can't believe that you see people hopping off and like running away from that. But you see it. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like you gotta. It's like give it a go. Run real fast.
Just do it. Yeah, that's for sure.
Hey, some people live doing that. It's like, nope, run as fast as you can. See what you can do. At least they gave you a shot. Zeppelins are very strange.
Paul, do you know Carl Lamandola?
No.
Okay. All right.
What am I missing on that one?
Oh no, he's just the biggest football collector card, biggest collection in all football.
Is he vintage cards, guys? Is that his IG?
I don't really know. I don't have his IG.
Okay.
Whatever. He's got the biggest collection out there. I just thought you would know him because of the football relationship. So.
No, I follow a couple of them, but I don't know what their actual names are.
Yeah, he's vintage, right up, everything, you name it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not new stuff, just the vintage.
That's fair.
What? Johnny knows him.
Johnny who?
Johnny Bauer. Johnny Bauer knows everybody.
Oh, Johnny.
He probably signed an autograph for him.
Johnny knows.
Johnny even knows you, Eric.
Yeah, I know. We're friends.
We were. Yeah, you were.
Yeah. Eric wants Bill Buckner's autograph. Everyone wants Bill Buckner's autograph.
You can't get it now unless you go to the graveyard.
I already told you we can make this happen.
Yeah.
You know my price.
We'll negotiate. I think we can make this happen. I think there's a possibility. We can arrange for this still. There's still time. But I need now to wait until next season. Like we got to see. Now Eric doesn't care about this because he's only a Leafs fan. Just to be clear, he's a Leafs fan. So
The ultimate Leafs fan.
The fate of the Bruins is irrelevant to him.
I don't care.
By the way, and completely unrelated, no, Bobby. My favorite part about this was towards the tail end of the season, where I think someone else who I occasionally have co-hosting here, got quiet about the regular season towards the tail end of it. But earlier in the regular season, he'd be in the chat and whatever, talking about Boston Bruins wins. He was a weirdo. He would talk about these Boston Bruins wins. And then I kind of sat back and I had a smirk on my face at that time. Maybe I should find that footage because I had a smirk on my face. And I sit there going like, we'll see what happens with the playoffs. Yeah. Because it doesn't matter until you get
to a different season.
Completely different thing.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
Doesn't matter what you did.
Nobody gives you credit. The regular season doesn't make a difference. Not at all.
I know what you did last summer.
I heard Eric loves Peter Klima because he beat the dastardly Bruins in overtime. It's probably true.
Yeah, like I said, I've never liked the Bruins, but when they came back and beat us in that playoff series, when we were up on them, I mean, I just absolutely despise them now. So Peter Klima, absolutely wonderful player. Sorry to hear that he passed away this week. 58 years old. It's too young to go, and we lost a great one.
I need people to be time stamping this shit because I will use that clip so hard.
I don't understand.
Right. Paul, this is the best part. It's like it's there, and it'll come back when the moment's right.
Do you have any idea
what's the name of the episode?
Epic.
I think this might have to happen. All right, Paul. Let me ask you this question. Kind of playing into because I'm having my fun. I've enjoyed part of the collecting the Not So Fellow PC is that I get to go into the 90s and enjoy because he was in so many sets. I know you have a bunch of different favorites. Any particular favorites that you have as far as the 90s? Because there's a lot of good ones. I've been having some fun playing around with. I don't need everything, but I definitely target a lot of different stuff. Anything in particular that catches your eye?
From the 90s era?
Yep.
So I pretty much have 3 PCs. One is a rookie of every NFL Hall of Famer. One is an autograph or relic of every Hall of Famer. And another one is that keeps me interested when I'm at a show. Remember when Dakota used to have those buy a non-rookie of every MVP for under $20 or something? I'm not going to say he took my thought here, but one of the things
feel free.
Do,
like I don't think he does YouTube anymore, so like you
that's right.
can basically say whatever you want about him now.
That's right. He quit like a bitch. But one of the things I will have is I will get a 90s insert of every Hall of Famer that is at least 1 per box or higher rarity, and it's got to be under $20 each. So I'll just look for like the stuff that's 1 in 72, 1 in 100 packs, 1 in 250. But if you get one for like every Hall of Famer, you make the game fun for no money, basically.
Yeah.
And if you're at a show and you're just like, hey, you know what? I have an hour before we're going to leave. Just hit the value boxes and start looking for that stuff. And, I can sit here and name off 30 different insert sets, but that's what keeps it fun because you aren't going to find bread for health everywhere. You're just not. But I find that just fun about the hobby. 90s inserts.
Is that a label? The Brennan label? Bread for Health?
Which one?
The Bread for Health.
Oh, these
I can't
were.
See it. I'm on my phone. I can't see it.
Hold on. I will make it a little bigger. Here you go.
Yeah. So it's obviously missing the chunk right up here.
I don't mean to alarm you, Paul, but I think that's partially trimmed.
This is. Yeah, I bought it like this, but.
Oh, okay. Just making sure we got that disclosed.
Was somebody
What's that?
Was somebody honest with you and they told you that there was a piece missing, so there was no confusion?
This is very pertinent to the moment. This is very pertinent.
He didn't mention it, but I have eyes and they're functioning. And
What?
and he didn't,
Fraud! I call fraud.
yeah, I think the fraud
Shenanigans.
was how much I got this for. So even with the chunk out of the front, I'm completely fine with the price. But
Did he put the
Yeah,
price
like-
tag over the chunk that was missing?
no, it was on the it was in a different spot on the front. But yeah, like I'm completely fine with the price. That it's not often the dealer shoots you a price and you're like, shit, I can't even haggle on that because that's a good price. And I didn't, and I paid it. But yeah, 90s inserts. I mean, head after what you like. If you want the precious metals, it's going to get expensive. If you want the essential credentials, it's going to get expensive. You want the stuff that I want, $5. Like, just buy what you like. I mean, I know that's not the sexy answer, but that's the
Just
answer.
say it the other way. Like what you buy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Eric has built his entire life on it. Maple Leaf cards. Maple Leaf cards. Cards of the Maple Leafs.
Yeah.
A lot of that.
Ultra modern
Autograph.
hockey.
No doubt. No question. Now, a separate kind of question. Because we'll start winding her down a little bit. Right now, timing is good. I like Bobby. Bobby shifted
do we
himself
have
around.
to go?
So now, one thing I'll touch on here a little bit. So, Paul, again, we'll see what happens. Like, I made the joke about the Jordan Love thing, but we'll see what happens. But look, you got to admit, though, it is kind of funny that Aaron Rodgers literally followed the Red Favre playbook and ended up with the Jets. Look, I just need him to go to the Vikings, and then I can get my Jets jersey on discount like Favre, and it fits into my collection beautifully. It'll go with my other jersey. It's fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. It could be fantastic.
I'm just looking forward to the Rodgers tractor that you're going to be forced into.
Ooh.
Listen, I still have dreams of that tractor card. The problem is I just don't want to pay the... Like, I love the fact that this tractor card exists. It amuses me. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I must have this. It's so stupid. I want it. But it is expensive. Like, it's surprisingly expensive, this stupid thing. Have you seen the price of this dumb thing?
Oh, yeah. That's why I thought you should have went after the PSA 6.
I did. But it went for
might as
like
well
more than I
say
actually wanted
authentic.
it for.
Yeah.
Look, stupid novelty has a price level, Paul. Stupid novelty has a price level. Like, we got to be... Like, this is where we need predictive pricing models. Bobby, this is where we need predictive pricing models. What's the predictive pricing model on stupid novelty? Because...
Yeah. Under $10 usually.
Yeah, like it's a bit lower than for like stuff I actually want. It's a bit trickier to come up with.
No, I get you. And that's why the price range on some of this stuff, like, I just look at and go, find me a better value in the hobby. It's stupid novelty, but you start explaining it and everyone's like, ah, crap. How many of those out there? Yeah, it's a good price. So...
Yeah, so like the stupid novelty of the tractor is good, but I was like, it went beyond where I wanted to go for that particular stupid novelty. Although I like the concept. I'm open to it, but we gotta find the right time, because it's like I wouldn't mind having a tractor in the PC. We might have to make that, and maybe Aaron Rodgers could get a tractor. I wouldn't mind having a Rodgers autograph in there either, but. Like the price point relative to where Rodgers falls for me. The problem is, despite his vestige into the darkness, and actually I didn't get a chance to reference this earlier. Eric got to learn about the darkness, Paul. Not that darkness, but the darkness. Paul, Eric, do you want to explain how you learned about the darkness? Almost perfectly in time with the time I reference it.
Was it a Taco Bell commercial?
It was a commercial for sure. I don't remember who.
Darkness is a Taco Bell commercial.
So Bobby, let me explain real quick. So we made jokes about Aaron Rodgers and his darkness retreat, and I just said no, he didn't go to a darkness retreat. He went to go see the darkness, and then I explained the darkness, and then literally Eric saw a commercial that had the darkness song in it, that had, I believe, in a thing called Love. and it was I will find it. It's on YouTube. I will find the damn thing on YouTube, and I'll let you know what it is.
It was some kind of restaurant, man. I don't know if it was Taco Bell or
Taco Bell.
Some ridiculous thing.
And it just made me laugh though. But the best part about it was that it came up the week after we had it on the live stream, and then Eric came across it, and I was like, perfect. And I was like, obviously, all Aaron Rodgers wanted was he just wanted to hang out and see the darkness. And what's wrong with that?
Nothing. They're awesome.
Nothing. So, unfortunately, Paul, our former Hall of Fame quarterback who wanted to see the darkness, all the man wanted to do was see the darkness. And we all criticized him for it. You know, he deservedly so.
Blonde again?
Paul, I don't know. I'm wondering if Jordan Love wants to fit in, what weird quirk would he have? Because Favre was weird. Aaron Rodgers is weird. Like, Jordan Love would need some kind of weird quirk. I don't know. Does he talk to himself? Does he have like a stuffed puppet he talks to on the sideline? Like, what's his deal going to be? I don't know.
I'm thinking about things that would be legal, that would be weird. And
well, he's got to be on the field. So he's got to start off legal. It's got to start legal.
Yeah, it's got to start legal. But I think Favre and Rodgers got a lot of those. Like, hey, I'm going to do dope, but it's legal. And that defines Favre and Rodgers. Like, what can he do? I don't know. He starts having weird parties out in the farmland. Like, I don't know.
This is something we got to work out. It's Panda Express. It was Panda Express. Panda Express was the commercial. I'm not going to play it for you, but I'm just letting you know, if you put in Panda Express and the darkness, if you know, you know. I will put that link in the description.
It's utterly ridiculous.
But it was perfect that it came up the week after the live stream when I made reference to it.
Yep.
It was perfect timing. Sometimes life works out that way, Paul, and that makes me happy. It makes me happy when it works out that perfectly right after. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here, scanning through. Bob Jackson said, wow, an altered card got to post in below. I had a reference to Paul's card. Carlos Whittier thoughts of Denny Pinnacle cards. I'm for them. Denny's is great. Bobby, what's your favorite insert?
My favorite answer?
Insert.
Oh, insert.
Even the vintage cards, some of the ones in the book have inserts. So
yeah,
there's something there should fall in.
There's a few. I think the I'd probably have to say the 1972 hockey shields from the second series.
Nice. I like it. Do you believe anything I love? Facts. I like it.
One thing, Toronto Maple Leafs.
One thing that I would ultimately like out of the 90s would be every one of the playoff honors from 96 to 98 as well. But I can't find like 6 of them.
Okay.
And it's been a saved search for 2 years. Like, they just do not show up, certain ones.
I like it.
It's not the kill, it's the thrill of the chase.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. Yeah. It's one of those things where, sometimes you'll be searching, and it's weird, obscure stuff. You'll be searching for something and it's like, this shouldn't be that difficult. And yet, for whatever reason, it just takes a while to find it. And it is nice when you are able to locate it. It is a nice little bonus. It's a fun treat when you are able to come across it. So that's always good.
That's the reward part, right?
That's right. Bob says, what a bizarre commercial. Facts, sir. It really is. All right, folks, we got about, I like the even numbers, so we're almost there. So give it about another minute. So any last thoughts and everything, throw them in the comment section. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for the comments as always. Appreciate it. Thank you, Paul.
It's very nice of everyone to do. It was very, very kind of you to spend your Friday evening with us. Thank you.
Yes, yes, indeed. And you know what makes Eric very appreciative?
Yes. Yeah, please. Please click those like buttons and I will work overtime this week and I will gladly pay for them. And I just really appreciate everybody's support.
Take that chocolate stick fund.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, if I have to give up the chocolate sticks to support, my dear friends here, then I'll gladly do that.
Bobby, I need the Leafs to advance one more round.
Oh yeah.
The jokes would just be glorious. It'd just be fun to watch. I think he might actually burst into flames. One more round, he might burst into flames.
Maybe.
One more round.
One more round, he might burst into flames.
That's right. Yep.
Literally, just spontaneously.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out
that-
next Friday.
And that right there, Paul, would be content and drama. Content and
We're
drama.
gonna do it. We're gonna do it for Bora, and we're gonna do it for you. We're gonna do it for Johnny. Like the outsiders.
Outsiders.
Thank you, Asgard Day. Thanks. So, Bob, a pleasure having you join. For first, actually, let me give credit to Bobbles from his new studio that looks like a car, but it's his new studio. So thank you to Bobbles for popping in and joining us on this illustrious, wonderful occasion. We enjoyed the hockey playoffs, including the sad fate of the Hindenburg Bruins. It was very sad. It was tragic, even tragic.
Who cares?
And I definitely didn't milk it for 3 different playings of a video that I sat there and pulled Hindenburg clip for. Not that I would be the kind of person that would sit there and think,
no,
what horrible thing could I do? What thing could I that will end with $1 million man cackling? What could I do that I ran through YouTube's algorithm just to make sure I wouldn't get copyright blocked ahead of time?
Yeah.
Not that I would do that, but I'm just saying hypothetically. Someone could have done that and then load it onto StreamYard so that I could push a button and then grab it anytime at my leisure. And I might just hang on to it for the whole off season. Maybe I'll play it at random intervals when the moment is right. Maybe because now the off season is like, wow, now I can play it whenever I wish until the new season starts.
That's right.
So we got time.
Lots.
I just know that I'll be coming up, in another month. And I'm going to be on Yonge Street down by, Maple Leaf Gardens, just watching the parade.
I think it's going to be you in Maple Leaf Square. I think you should be out there in Maple Leaf Square with the people.
Yeah.
Bobby, I think Eric would belong there out there with the kids. Maple Leaf Square
so.
with the people. I think he'd do great there.
It's going to be epic. It's going to be the greatest party in history.
Oh, without even a question. Without any question. So, thank you to Bobbles, as I mentioned earlier. Also, thank you to Paul. Paul, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you as always.
It's always fun.
Absolutely.
It's always fun. It's a pleasure.
All right, let's get an early prediction from you. I'll bring you back on later before we get started the season, but I won't hold you to it fully. All right. At the moment, we're just getting started. We just came off the draft. What are you feeling as an early Packer record? I'll give you a chance later to amend, depending on what happens in the offseason a little bit more. But currently, what is your feeling? What does your guts tell you?
4 to 5 wins.
4 to 5 wins. All right. So you're saying is that we need to sell all our Jordan Love cards on ComC and other platforms now?
Yesterday, yeah. I didn't like him when before we drafted him. He shows somewhat of improvement, but I ultimately don't. I ultimately think they draft the position very, very highly in 2025 or 2026.
All right. No, fair enough.
Somewhere in that range. I think he fails, but not like first overall fails, because I don't think the team is around him is first overall level, but who knows?
Right. I say they're going to go 5, 10, and 2.
2 ties.
Yep.
All right. Ties. All right. Fair enough. Bob Jackson says over under A's wins this year. 30? Question mark. Ooh.
Or is that the fans in the stands? Over under.
Yes. Answer yes.
Yeah.
Either way. Ooh. Bob, I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'd rather not answer that question. I will refrain. I'll plead the fifth. Carlos, I'll plead the fifth. I'm doing it for this one. Just leave it at be. But thank you, Bob, and thank you everybody else for joining in as always. Thank you all for the comments and hanging out. Appreciate you as always on a Friday night. It was a wonderful, wonderful Cinco de Mayo. Very festive, very celebratory. Thank you, Mr. The Burrell, for joining us this evening from your knowledge garage.
Yeah, it was an informative show. I think for everyone.
Yes, Yes, and
Sure
we did
was.
address the hobby topic du jour because we're in a hobby Olympic cycle, and I look forward to addressing the same topic in 2026 when I do my nesting doll video, where I just take the same video you saw earlier today and just give you a new intro to it, because that's all it deserves. Yeah, so I think that'll be very exciting. That'd be good. Otherwise, back for the rest of the summer. We'll see how this plays out. Next episode, we'll talk a little bit about the Edmonton Expo, because some of the folks that will have participated in that will be able to tell us more. We'll be able to get some foot on the ground knowledge and be able to find out what's going on with that and how that one went out. And then, it's summertime now, and we'll see what happens. Bobby, I'm trying to figure out if I want to go to the CSC show. Apparently, they're having one at
Again?
Markham or whatever. Yeah, they're doing a 2-day show.
Oh,
So I
really?
got to figure that one out. I'm kind of tempted.
CSC.
I'm kind of tempted.
Was that newer show, the other one that I went to before?
Yeah, that was the one that was that newer one that they had over the
where I
over
found all the
holidays.
baseball cards. So I might entertain going.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Is like I'm trying to decide on that one. Let's see if I can figure it out here. Canada Sports Cards.
It's in
yes.
Markham.
I got it right here. I'll pull it up.
It was in Mississauga last time.
It was, but they apparently they move it around to different locations. All right, so here it is. It's Canada Sports Cards, and it's this one here. So it's the May 13th, 14th. So that's next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend.
Really?
And it is at the Hilton Toronto Markham. So this point is going to be Hilton Toronto Markham.
Markham and
I got to look into it a little bit more. I kind of know where that is vaguely, but it's like, and they're doing a 2-day show, so they're going to try to run a 2-day show out of it.
Really? Wow.
So we're going to see. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm
I don't
kind of
think you need a
curious
2-day
myself.
show
but
for that thing, but whatever.
I don't know. We'll see. I do like the main shows sometimes, though. It's kind of fun to see what they have, and we'll see if they're able to put together. But it's presented by Slab Sharks. Slab Sharks, who are the new sponsors in PWCC's absence. Slab Sharks will be sponsoring crap from now on, because Slab Sharks will be sponsoring the end of eBay auctions.
Yeah.
It's literally eBay auctions.
Basically.
Eric, should we do watch-alongs for eBay auctions?
I may have won something from that auction last night.
I know.
And I may have watched the show.
Yeah.
And I may have.
You watched a show where they watched eBay auctions. Paul,
I may
Paul,
have
before we finish this, I want to make sure clear.
What?
Auction watch-alongs are always on the verge of stupid. Like at the best of times. They're always kind of dumb. And Bobby, help me out with this. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's like the lowest tier content. It's resorted for really the dregs of the hobby society. Like the dregs.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I know you are the dregs. Believe me, you're the dregs. You're amongst the dregs. But there are like necklace, floating head individuals who have no dignity, who would do that kind of shit, and then
sublime.
Take it another level down to do a watch along to eBay auctions. Not even your own platform. eBay auction. Bobby, I can open up an eBay tab right now and we can watch some auctions end.
Yeah, I don't know. I just watch my own auctions.
It entertained me for a period of time, and
were you entertained by the countdown? Were you enthralled by the drama of the counting down to zero?
I found it interesting at some points how high some of these prices went for these cards. I was like, $6,000 here, $8,000. I was like, wow.
And you were like, man, imagine if I could go on to this person's eBay store and like push the button and see the countdown myself.
Just to push the button.
I did go on myself and I ended up buying something.
Oh,
you even bought something during the show?
Yeah,
well, $6, but not 6,000. So.
No,
60.
Bush Eric, what'd you buy?
Boston, what?
How about what'd you buy?
I don't want to talk about it.
I think you do. I think you want to talk about it before Paul. I'm kind of invested in this now. I want to know. I want to know what you bought. before I get my cookie and my late snack, I want to know. What you buy. What'd you buy from the eBay auction du jour? Go on.
I don't want to talk about
Oh, but you do.
Maybe in the future when it arrives, I'll talk about it and show it.
Oh,
Wow.
maybe.
Wow.
33 Eddie Shore.
Oh, really?
No,
He wishes it was that dignified.
Good call, Paul. Maybe.
that would be nice.
Yeah, he wishes. It was that
Ryan
dignified.
wants to actually sell him one, but he said no. So
Wow. Wow.
I did my job.
Wow.
The Sports King?
Yeah, PSA 4. I think.
I don't remember, but I don't have that kind of money.
Mm.
I can't spend just crazy money like that. That's I would love to, but I can't.
About a 5,000 card lot of 1991 score Mets and Dean rookies.
That's right.
That'd be pretty strong. Pretty strong.
One of the
And
great
PSA 11 Peter Klima.
Now that's
one
an
of the
investment.
great captains of the Maple Leafs. You got it.
All right. So so anyway, the point that I was making was like eBay auctions, Bobby. eBay auctions. Like, look, auctions where you own your own platform. Again, this marketing budget, you do you, whatever they're paying.
What's
you for that
next, Carlos? What's next? Where do you go from there?
Going through random COMCs, reports, just scrolling.
No,
It's like,
it
all
would-
right, guys,
watch
COMCs pay for
him edit
this.
the
We're gonna,
auctions.
Paul. I want that sponsorship. I'm going to random COMC boards and just scrolling through.
It's Etsy auctions is your next
Yeah.
level down.
Not even Etsy. What's the name of that other one? There was one that Eric, I told you about this one. I got Amish Dave to help me with this. It was that other platform. What's it called?
Oh, Max sold?
No. There was
I did?
shoot, I can't remember what it's called now. There was another one that was like one of those like
GG.
No. It was actually an auction. It was actually like an auction platform. You could actually make offers and also do auctions on it. But the name escapes me. It's like one of those off-brand ones. Mercari. Thank you, Bob Jackson.
Oh,
That's the one. Mercari.
Weird name.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah. You have to be in the US though. You can't do it in Canada. You cannot create an account in Canada. So that's the reason I needed the help in order to get the thing Mercari. So thank you. Bob.
I haven't been, so I don't know.
But like it's like Bobby, you asked the question. That's the answer. Mercari auctions. Yes. Yes.
could have made the name a little bit more user friendly, but
Facebook Marketplace. Let's go.
oh, that's it. There we go.
We're just sinking further, Paul. We're sinking further and further down the totem pole here.
Yeah.
Sinking fast.
I actually proposed when I did fantasy football content that we should watch the Golden Auctions live on Saturday night. Saturday night, Sunday night?
Yeah.
I think they were Saturday at this time, and I'm like, we could get views off this. No, that ain't gonna happen. And all of a sudden, all the people in the content space started doing this, and I'm like, I'm not gonna say I thought of this first, but I'm like, shit, this could have worked.
Well, I'm thinking, well, now if PWCC is cutting their budget for it, and now we're into slap sharks. I think we already know Curator's doing golden auctions. We already know Curator is doing like a top 5 golden auction random crap. So it's like, this is where we are now. This is where we're at.
Yeah.
We're sinking very rapidly. Look, y'all want to talk to me about trimming and alteration shit. How about garbage content based off of watching eBay auctions and golden, and we're literally just scrolling through like, here it is. There's a countdown. Here's another lot. There's a countdown. Here's another lot. Also a countdown. Be excited.
Hey, since I have Paul here, I want him to answer me a question. What the hell is this? And what the hell does it say?
It says Thomas Jefferson. I can see that.
Is that the one I had?
Yeah, it's yours.
Oh, yeah.
And it says GG. What the hell is that?
All right, so 2 of them I got. Hold on.
I don't get it. I've been meaning to ask you.
I don't get it.
All right,
You got it.
It's a little teeny tiny
So-
piece of paper that just says GG on it.
so
How's that?
So probably 6 months ago, I'm sitting at the trade night at the local show, and somebody walks in with a bunch of pieces of the past.
All right. So, Paul, while you're explaining
Relics.
this, I'll come right back, but go ahead. Explain it. It's all you.
All right. Relics, and there were a couple handwritten ones that they put on there. This was one of them, which I currently have on eBay. And the other one was smaller. And this is actually from, it's going to be hard to see on the camera here, but the document is on here. So they sliced it up. Obviously, you want the larger one, but this one's significantly more expensive. This one's 100, 150 or so. You can get the smaller ones for $20. So I just think that the smaller one, you know, I will hold on to this one because I'm into these for $20, maybe 30, maybe. So I'll sell the more expensive one and I'll keep the one that I like, and that'll be free. So yeah, if you play video games, then you get what this means. If you don't, then sorry. There's no other way to really say it there.
If I play video games, I'll know what it means.
Yeah, if you play first-person shooters,
I haven't in a long time.
Or if you play other games, good game is what you say at the end of it, or you just shorten it up and
Okay.
Yeah. So the fact that he wrote this in the 1700s.
Jefferson was a first-person shooter enthusiast.
Yeah, from 1770. Would you believe that? You know, like,
Yeah,
wow. I just thought, like, they couldn't have sliced off any other piece of that and had that show up. So I'm like, wow, that is just awesome. Like, I have to have that.
All right. I didn't understand what it meant. I didn't know if, like, he had, you know, back then there was a lot of weird letter writing going on, and people would have, you know, fake names or initials to hide stuff. I didn't know what the hell it meant, but you're saying it's just random from a letter?
Yeah. Yep. It's from the letter that's on the other side of it. And I got the random piece of it that just has the letters right beside each other. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm into this for how much? This is awesome. I love this. I'm keeping this. This is great.
I just wanted, I understand it wasn't a criticism by any means. It was, what does he need? What I didn't get it. Now I understand it better, that it was just a cutout of a document, and that's what it was. All right.
Yeah, if you play first person shooters, you're going to hear that a lot. You're going to hear about things that I did sexually with your mother. You're going to hear a whole bunch of not safe for work stuff, and then you'll hear.
I bet we could get that sponsored by Slap Sharks, Bobby.
Yeah. So
elevate the content. Like, I've heard they take really low tier content. So like, I think we could probably get way more mileage out of that. I mind you, I would charge them double.
You're definitely not encouraging me to become a first-person shooter enthusiast.
Oh dear God!
If you put
first-person shooter, I do not play first-person shooters. Look, I know this may come as a shock to all of you, and this is right at the end of the live stream, so that's the only reason I'm sharing this with you now. I talk a lot of shit, but the first-person shooter thing, I know this is shocking. I'm glad you're all sitting down. But even talking the amount of shit that I do. First-person shooter, that's like standard operating procedure. Like, I talk a lot of shit, but I'd have to basically just to keep pace. Like, I can't say elevate my game because I am holding back. But in first-person shooter, no, just take the restrictor plates off. We're not even doing it. Like, nope, just take it off. You're saying whatever. The thing that was in your head that you just filtered through 12 filters before it came out of your mouth, take the filters off and just let it out of your mouth.
Yeah, every fourth word is the N word. Like,
it's not good.
There are no filters.
Cinco de Mayo, no bueno. Cinco de Mayo, no bueno.
I don't think I want to play that game.
I probably wouldn't.
Yeah,
you are a sensitive soul, Eric, so that might be a bit much for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you are indeed a sensitive soul.
The fact that he wrote this himself is just awesome. I love it.
There you go.
All right.
Hungarian says, Carlos, I only find watching auctions that interest me to be fun. That's most people. Now watching auctions, whatever's available via Sliveshark, not so much. Oh, Although, to be fair, I did learn something from the Slab Sharks auctions this past roundabout. And I didn't do it by watching a garbage show with Floating Head. I watched it by actually watching the auction itself. They had the National Treasures, the Stanley Cup little medallion thing. They had the Medano with the thing. I've shown the card before. By the way, there's one on eBay right now. You can actually make an offer on it. So they had it open auction. And it ended up going just shy of $500, which is still a lot, to be honest. But everybody else is asking $1,000 plus. So in open auction, going for under $500 Canadian, under $500 Canadian, is probably more in line with the real marketplace, not the BS garbage that But to be fair, it's still an on-card auto with like a piece of metal with like a Stanley Cup engraved on it. It's not actually a piece of memorabilia of any kind. It's kind of way overpriced, as it is. But even still, it's more in line with the reality versus what other people have charged for it. So it is a good indicator. And that's Slab Sharks doing their consignment thing. They're pushing hard on the consignment thing. So that's the reason they're doing the advertising thing, whatever. It's like, I get it. But it's like, come on. Okay, whatever. Can I pay to watch Eric play at a first-person shooter? Yes. So I can hear 12-year-olds trash talk trash to Eric. That is entertainment, my friends. That I will sponsor that shit.
I'll just be like, you watch your mouth, young man. I will tell you
that. The problem is you'll have a 12-year-old talk trash to Eric, and all of a sudden you hear a female voice. It's like, what is that? That's Eric's mom. Eric's mom is also talking trash to Eric. Man, brutal. Everybody gives it to this guy. Carlos Vita thought YouTubers renting out their channels for a collector show where the show doesn't exist. Paul, do you want to make fun of Dustin or should I? By the way, like, to be fair, like, I don't really care. I'm perfectly all right with it, but like, that's Dustin right there.
Yeah, I know. I like him.
I don't really have it. Here's the thing. I don't even have an issue with it. At the end of the day, do what you do. Like, if somebody wants to watch the other, if you want to do like a network kind of thing and be like a platform network, to be fair, he has a platform. He already has a built-in subscriber base. So it is an easier way to get more eyeballs on the alternate content on the channel.
Yeah. I like him. I like the fact that he does a whole bunch of other stuff. It's not always the same. It is what it is. He collects different things than I do. By all means, then go ahead.
What you should do is you should propose a collaboration. Top 10 Drew Breeses. I think that right there is a cross collaboration pollination thing that I think could totally be like off the charts. Sponsored by Slab Sharks. Anyway, moving on. Carlos hammers away at the other channel. Please stop. The man is already doing rigs of pounding. Floating Head gets a lot of pounding from a lot of directions. He charges them for it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Does he do anything besides just read the comments and move on? Or I haven't watched that channel in
this is a valid question for you, Bujirik. So as far as content wise, structure. What does he actually do during it? We're showing the auction. We're talking about the lots. We're reacting to comments. What's the interaction between the comments, the lots, and the formatting? You want something on this, so you can attest to what the actual content is. What is the content?
The content is he talks about the card, talks about what he likes about it, what he doesn't like about it, talks about the price, being surprised that it goes up this high, surprised it goes down that low. He's trying to do it all as the things are ticking down. It's very fast paced. You know, people in the comments, he tries to keep up with those as the tick is going down. I don't have a problem with it. It's entertained me. And if I didn't tune into it, I wouldn't have found the card that's out of 15 that I purchased. And, you know, I don't mind that stuff. It's on in the background. I'm doing cards at my desk or whatever, you know.
Did he celebrate you for winning the auction? Did you get a smile? Did you get like an animated emoji?
Yeah.
Was there like a screen graphics or something cool?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any graphics or anything cool. I think he said congratulations.
What? Wait. Like, okay, look, Paul, you know, I'm on pitches for Slab Sharks. Look, if I was doing this and Eric, say, for example, won an auction, I could give him something. I could be like, hey, Eric, you won the auction. Here you go.
Hi, it's Fitz with Slap Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be slapping your troubles away with a slap chop.
Something. I don't care. Anything.
I'll take
Whatever.
a slap. Those things are awesome.
See? Already, that's a way better. I've improved this formula. I've already done better. I've done better than their version of it. It isn't just Dustin, it's the former Lucas Tigers and Bronze. So basically Cage. All right. Well, I knew Dustin had the other guy who would do some stuff on there. But I think, don't they have Cajun cardboard or something on the Lucas Tigers and Bronze? So they got that. Yeah, folks are trying to do a network. So fair enough. Daps needs a rebrand. I'm sure maybe think Daps and Daps Man are the same person. Or DPZ, sorry. DPZ and Daps are the same person. I thought DPZ and Daps were the same person. So you said the sense. Eric got a gold star. I like it. So there you go. We got a little bit of slanderous side.
I think we need to have more positivity in this hobby and on this show. I've been getting some feedback lately that some people think that certain people on the show are really negative and
like general negativity, or negative like a 12-year-old against you in a first-person shooter. There are levels to this.
They weren't specific. I just think that the hobby and the show needs more positivity, and I would like to be the one that brings it. And I think I will ride the wave of the positivity that the Toronto Maple Leafs are putting forward in their community and in the whole country of Canada, if not the world. And I'm going to ride that wave of positivity right through this show.
So when you're saying positivity, you mean like smiles and laughter?
Yeah.
Or like explaining what you won on eBay earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be nice if you told us what you want on eBay. But like, look, I'm willing to settle for this, Eric. Like I said, you said positivity. Like smiling and laughter.
I think we need more.
Hearty laughter.
Hearty laughter. Yeah, that's nice.
Asking you shall receive.
Yeah, that's nice. We need more of that.
Positivity. That man laughed a hearty laugh, Paul. That man laughed a hearty laugh. Like no few other can. All right, that's enough of this bullshit. I dragged an extra 20 minutes of this crap out of it for no reason. I was like, all right, I was in a mood. I had my cookie. I was like, screw it. 20 more of this is bullshit. All right, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. Appreciate Bobbles for hanging out earlier. Appreciate Paul for hanging out as well. A lot of fun. We'll be back for more of this ADSC next Friday. So have yourselves a good night. We'll talk later.
Thank you for joining us, everybody.
Enjoy Toronto Maple Leafs positive, Eric. We'll cross our fingers and hope that the Leafs advance because I want to see this continue.
Go Leafs.
Have a good night, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I know.